Are the exhibits from your palace?
Oh, you wanted them back? Let's we put them in the shredder.
No, I just wanted to see the defense exhibits to later. So, 2 minutes.
All right, let's get on the record. This is 23 SC 191863, State versus Tezera. Mr. Tezera is here. Good afternoon, sir. How you doing? All things considered. His lawyer is here. His paralegal is here. We have Ms. Nix and Mr. Peoples. And we have 14 jurors who are here on time and ready to go. Ms. Nix, anything we need to take up before we bring the jurors in?
I don't believe so.
Okay, who is your next witness?
Officer Skidmore, or Investigator Skidmore.
Investigator Skidmore, okay. Mr. Hirsch, anything we need to take up before the jurors come in?
Not at this time. I will say scheduling wise, I do have one character witness that is unavailable tomorrow. Hopefully we can get him in this afternoon.
So, I have in the past asked the state to let the defense put a witness up before the state rests. I don't have an issue with that. I can explain that to the jury. I am not forcing the state to go along with that, but it is definitely doable. So just be in close contact with the prosecutors so we can accommodate that if that's what we need to do.
I will tailor my crosses accordingly.
Oh, I like the sound of that. All right, did I tell you we're stopping at 2 today?
Oh, 2 p.m. I'll think for everything. Got it.
If you want to fit your witness in, tailor your cross accordingly. No, we'll go till 5. Let's bring the jurors in, please.
All rise for the jury. Jurors of prison accounted for.
Thank you, Deputy Gordon. Everyone can be seated. Welcome back, jurors. Happy Wednesday. That was a strong endorsement for Wednesday. I'm glad to see all. You were on time. I appreciate that. Drug court went smoothly this morning. Our lawyers are here. Mr. Tezera is here, so we're going to start in just a moment. Halle Berry turned 58 today. If you're a birthday celebrator, happy birthday, Ms. Berry. But I appreciate you all being here and ready to go. It's always interesting, too, to see what jurors wear on day 2. I had 1 week-long trial where the male juror's shirt was the same every day. That was interesting. People like certain things and they don't change. We stopped yesterday in the midst of the state's case. So the state is still presenting evidence. I'm going to ask Ms. Nix now to call her next witness. I forecast that most of today, if not all of today, will be focused on the state's presentation. They may rest today, but we're still on schedule to getting you the case for your deliberations at some point tomorrow. Ms. Nix?
State will call Officer or Investigator Skidmore.
Can you raise your hand? Swear affirm that the testimony you will give, the truth, the only truth, nothing but truth, and God. I do. Go ahead, see. Can you say this, spell that in the record?
Philip Skidmore, Philipskidmore.
Investigator Skidmore, where are you employed?
City of Atlanta Police Department.
What is your job with the City of Atlanta Police Department?
I am currently an investigator assigned to the larceny from auto unit.
In June of 2021, what was your position with were you employed by APD?
I was.
Okay.
I was employed with the as an investigator with the Zone 2 Central Investigation Division.
Did you respond to calls as part of your duties as an investigator?
I did.
Did you respond to a call on, let's back up, were you working on the night of June 11th, 2021?
I was.
Did you respond to any calls that night?
I did.
Around 10 o'clock PM, so did you respond to a call?
I did.
Tell us about that call.
We received a call at 1888 Emory Street about a person stabbed with a knife or an instrument. I happened to be nearby, and as a Zone 2 detective at the time, we were to respond to not only investigate all of our cases that were assigned to us, but any major incidents, what we call a Part 1 crime, which an aggravated assault, stabbing, fall into that. They wanted us to respond as well to make sure that all of the crime scene processing was done so that we'd have the best chance of investigation. So I was nearby and happened to go and help back up the officers on scene. When I arrived, myself and Officer Philemont, along with Atlanta Fire Rescue, arrived approximately at the same time. It took us a little bit of time to get into the building due to key fobs, getting access, unfamiliar with the complex. We had to kind of get our way through the maze of the apartment complex. And once we arrived at the apartment, I believe it was apartment 236, 235, apartment 265, I'm sorry.
So I'm gonna pause you for a moment. You're looking at a document. It's important for all the lawyers involved to know what you're looking at to make sure they have it. What was it that you looked at to refresh your recollection as to the apartment number?
This is case 21-162-2047, and it's a report that was completed that night.
Okay.
Yeah, so
So what did you observe when you first arrived to the hallway where that apartment is located?
on the hallway, once we turned the corner, we could see a black male, later identified as Manuel Tezera. His shirt was off. He had multiple lacerations, what appeared to be stab wounds in his left shoulder. He was completely, torso up was completely covered in blood. Both of his arms, hands, completely covered in red, what appeared to be blood.
Was there anything else in the hallway other than him?
Yeah, most of the hallway was covered in blood, blood droplets, probably about 50 feet of it, in front of what we later established was apartment 265. There were several bags, personal belongings, sports bags, backpack, other small, probably 6 to 8, I would say, small personal bags.
You see the person that you observed in the hallway when you first arrived in the courtroom today?
I do.
Can you identify him by what he's wearing or where he is?
Yes, the gentleman seated in between here with the blue sport coat, white shirt, red and blue tie with a mustache.
Let the record reflect the witness has identified the defendant.
He has.
All right, what did you do first upon arrival?
We first spoke with the victim or the Mr. Tezera at the time. to make sure that he didn't need any major medical attention. We asked him where the suspect was, they're still armed, where the actual apartment was, tended to them, and then the next order of operation was to secure the crime scene and any potential suspects. So myself and Officer Philemon then relocated and turned our attention to the door of apartment 265.
I'm showing you what's been previously admitted into evidence as State Exhibit 3. Is that you in that screenshot?
It is.
And the person that you described as the defendant and the person that you observed in the hallway that day, is that person also depicted?
Yes, it is.
I'm showing you what's been marked as State Exhibit 5 through 11. Can you look through those photos and tell us if you recognize them?
Yes, I do.
What are depicted in State's Exhibits 4, or sorry, 5 through 11?
These all appear to be pictures taken from the hallway in front of apartment 265. They show the blood droplets, where we appear to be blood droplets, the clothing articles that were outside, the doorway, and the Ring doorbell camera that was attached to the door.
Showing you what's been previously admitted into evidence as State's Exhibit 4. Is that the photo of the door that all of these items were in front of?
It is.
When you arrived on scene, were you acting in your official capacity as a law enforcement officer?
I was.
And were you post-certified in June of 2021?
I was.
Tell us what post-certified means.
Post-certification is the Georgia Police Officers and Safety Standards and Training Council. They regulate all of the police officers throughout the state of Georgia. To be post-certified, you have to attend a post-certified academy and meet all the criteria and standards set by them to be considered a police officer in the state.
Okay. And your title is investigator. How is that different from, or is your title investigator?
My title is investigator.
How is that different from being titled as just officer?
As an officer, as an investigator, you're still a police officer. You can maintain all the same duties or responsibilities of a police officer. We do get more, there's a pay incentive, there's a testing process to be selected as an investigator. We pick up where the first officer ends. So an officer comes to a scene, they take a police report, they take the initial response. That case is then forwarded on to investigations. We receive the case, we do any follow-up work to possibly solve that case or link that to any other crimes. So still a police officer, but we have more responsibilities, and our day-to-day function serves to the back end of the initial response.
But in this case, you were actually one of the responding officers. You were just doing so as an investigator.
Right.
All right, so you told us that you observed Mr. Tezera in the hallway and that you were going to start investigating what happened because he was injured. What was the next thing that you did?
So myself and Officer Philemon turned our attention to the door. The first most important thing to do in any scene is to lock it down and make the scene safe for all parties involved, civilians, victims, and officers, anyone who might on scene. So our first point was to try to apprehend the suspect that we were told was still on scene. We both positioned ourselves on the door. I positioned myself on, if you're facing the door, the left-hand side, Officer Philemon on the right-hand side. If you ever want to stand directly in front of a door, that's referred to as the fatal funnel. That's the most likely that if someone was to shoot through the door or the door is to open, you don't want to be presented directly in front of it. So we stand off to the sides. I didn't want to touch anything because there was blood everywhere. So I used my foot to knock on the door in an attempt to open the door handle. We knocked on it several times with my foot. Someone inside, I think, said something to the effect of, "Why are you knocking on my door?" Said Atlanta police, announced herself several times, said to open the door, and the door opened. And later identified as Cameron McCall, came out, gave them commands to come out, their hands up. Cameron McCall came out, ordered them against the wall, where Officer Philemon was able to safely place them into custody, into handcuffs. After Cameron McCall was placed into handcuffs, I asked, was anybody else in the apartment? They said, yes, my friends are here. So knocked again, told everybody else to come out. 2 other people came out that stated they were friends of Cameron McCall, a male and a female. They were compliant, hands up. They stated they just were there, they didn't witness anything. At that point, other officers, I believe Officer Suk had arrived on scene, Atlanta Fire was on scene.
So did you speak with Cameron McCall?
We did.
Did you observe any injuries on her?
Not initially. Throughout our investigation, we did see bruising around the neck.
Was she bleeding?
No.
Showing what's been previously admitted into evidence as exhibit 10 and 11, do you recognize these photos?
I do.
Can you tell us what they depict?
It's a close-up of the face of Cameron McCall and then an overall of also Cameron McCall.
Okay. And is that the way that she looked when you observed her on the night of June 11th, 2021?
It is.
And why were those photos taken of her?
At that point, this initiated as a domestic type incident of a battery, aggravated assault. So it's important to photograph all the parties on scene for injuries, what they're wearing, description. We photographed the entire scene, not just the involved parties, but also all evidence or property, any kind of damage on the scene.
Okay. You mentioned that the property that was, or the belongings that were in the hallway had blood on them. Why was that significant to you?
Well, if one party has no blood on them and the other party is covered in from their entire torso in blood, it would indicate that the person that interacted with those would be the person that had the blood on them, especially their hands.
And at that point, what was the nature of your investigation?
Our nature of the investigation at first is to establish a primary aggressor, to see who would be charged and what applicable charges would be put on that person.
So at this point, are you investigating a drug crime or are you investigating a violent crime?
At this point, we had no knowledge of any narcotics. This was simply a violent act, an aggravated assault, stabbing incident.
So were the items with blood on them, were they considered potential evidence?
Everything on the scene, yes, that was in the hallway would be considered evidence until we could prove otherwise.
Earlier you mentioned locking down the scene. What is the purpose of locking down the scene? We
use the term locking down as a general phrase. Not only does it mean locking it down to prevent anything property from being tampered with, any evidence from being tampered with, it means that the scene is rendered safe, that there's no outstanding parties, there's no threat to any persons or officers on scene. So that could be putting up crime scene tape, physically blocking the area with your body, making sure that nothing's tampered with, so that way we can go through and with our crime scene technicians, photograph and process any evidence or property on scene.
And at that point, the items with blood on them, were they considered to be evidence that could be relevant to your investigation of this aggravated assault or aggravated battery?
Absolutely.
All right, what did you do next?
Once Cameron McCall was in handcuffs, we started to speak with both parties. I believe Fire was tending to Mr. Tezera's injuries. I spoke with them, made sure he didn't have any life-threatening wounds that needed to be immediately transported. I tried to limit access to the scene from any outsiders. It's a busy apartment complex that's located right next to the pool area. So trying to keep anybody from introducing themselves or introducing anything into the crime scene.
While
Spoke,
you were on scene, did anyone introduce anything into the crime scene?
no, not, we had some parties walk through under full supervision of officers, but nothing was added to the crime scene.
So you're locking down the scene, and what are you doing next?
We're speaking to both parties, getting information. Karen McCall gave us consent to take us to the apartment. We walked through the apartment, got Cameron's side of the story, tried to talk to both parties and ascertain what had happened.
The items that were in the hallway, did you determine who they belonged to?
I never interacted with the items in the hallway, so I never made an assertion on whose property belonged to who.
Did you conclude your investigation into the fight, the reason you were called to the scene?
That at that point,
Just while you're on scene, did you conclude your investigation?
no. Once I stayed on scene, we had crime scene come out, photograph, spoke with Cameron McCall, got their side of the story. I then left and went to the hospital to get Mr. Tezera's side of the story.
Did you at one point learn that any illegal items were found either in the apartment or in the hallway? Yeah,
once I was at the hospital, I was notified by one of the officers on the scene that they had found a large amount of narcotics at the scene.
And did you make the decision to bring charges regarding those drugs?
As an investigator, we are there to make recommendations to the officers. As we have both parties on scene, we are there to advise, make sure everything's being followed proper procedure, but the initial officer or whoever's writing the report is considered the lead or in charge of the scene. My recommendation was that Karen McCall would be charged with aggravated battery. I'm sorry. Yes, aggravated battery. And then Teresa will be charged with property damage, aggravated assault, strangulation, and the narcotics, because I believe that I saw him interacting with the
Objection
bags.
as to what his belief, I'm sorry, go ahead. I'm sorry, I withdraw the objection, I got you also.
I had made the assumption that since I saw Mr. Tezera interacting with the property on scene, that the items in the hallway were his, so that he would be charged with the narcotics if they were deemed to be his.
Tell us about him interacting with the items on scene.
Right, when I had Karen McCall off to the side, speaking with them, Officer Philemon was getting ready to go with Grady EMS to transport Mr. Tezera to the hospital. And I saw Mr. Tezera pick up a backpack and begin to put items from the pile into the backpack. I told him to stop, to don't touch anything. It's all part of the crime scene. There was a back and forth. It escalated to me saying to put everything down, nothing's leaving. It's all part of the crime scene, it's evidence, but he needed to go to the hospital with Officer Philemon.
Why did you tell him that those items were part of the crime scene, that he couldn't touch them?
Because at this beginning of the stage, we haven't been able to investigate further enough to know whether they were or were not evidence. And with them being in the middle of the hallway, with him interacting with them, we needed further investigation, whether that may have been later on, locking down, getting further search warrants, going through the property, talking to both suspects, figuring out whose is what. But at that point, we didn't know whose is what, so we just lock it down and then investigate through it.
Okay. And is that because the items were just simply there, or was it because of the state that they were in? Like you said, they were covered in blood.
Yeah, they were directly in front of the doorway. They're covered in blood. Mr. Tezera's interacted with them, so they are considered part of the crime scene.
Did you hear any discussion on scene? Officer Philemon or anyone else about who the items in the hallway belong to?
Officer Philemon stated to me.
Officer Philemon testified to what he's going to talk about. And she was subject to cross-examination.
Then it's bolstering unless it's a prior inconsistent statement.
Ask your question again.
I was just asking if he heard anyone, like Officer Phillips discuss, the ownership of the belongings in the hallway.
Okay. You should ask a different question.
Did you hear the defendant make any statements about who the items in the hallway belong to?
Yes.
What did he say?
The defendant stated, she said I could take this with me.
What was he referring to when he said this?
The backpack that he was placing items into.
Okay. And was that, you still have the photos of the items in the hallway?
Yes.
Was your understanding, investigator, that the she was Officer Philemon?
Yes.
Okay. Showing you what's been admitted into evidence as State's Exhibit 10, do you see the item that the defendant reached for
I do.
in that photo? And what is the item that he reached for?
It's this multicolor backpack that appears to be red, green, and white with like a floral pattern.
You can see on your screen that the photo is up and
Sure. If you tap, see the little circle in the lower left-hand corner with pencil on it? Great, now your finger is excellent.
what you just circled, is that the item that you saw the defendant go to?
Yes.
Showing with the right for identification purposes as State's Exhibit 13, do you recognize this activity?
I do.
What is it?
And it's a recording of my body camera from that night.
How do you know that's what it is?
I signed it right here after being shown the footage.
Okay, so you have reviewed this footage
I have.
and have confirmed that is your body cam?
It is.
Tell us what a body cam is.
It's a body worn camera. It's standard in policing now. It's worn in the center of the chest and it records a field of view and audio of our interaction.
While you're wearing it, do you have to turn it on yourself or does it come on automatic?
The camera stays in a buffering mode. So once it's turned to the on position, it's what's called buffering. So that means it's constantly recording a continuous 2-minute loop of video. Once that gets that 2 minutes, it falls off the back end. So there's no audio. Once we put the camera into event mode through a double tap or possibly from drawing your firearm or activating a taser or blue lights from a police car will exit into event mode, and then starts recording video and it records all audio at that point and it saves it permanently.
So on the night of June 11th, 2021, did you activate your body cam?
I did.
How did you do that?
I double tapped it to set into event mode.
Okay, and when, in the course of you responding, when did you do that?
Once I notified radio that I was en route as well, and I was in my car approaching the location, I activated my camera.
Okay, was it recording the entire time that you were on scene?
It was.
And while you're wearing the body camera and the footage that it is saving, be altered or amended in any way?
Not that I know of.
How do you get the video from your body camera and save it somewhere?
It has to
The
be.
state wants to accept it. I have no objection to foundation.
Okay, then the state will move to that State's Exhibit 13.
No, any objection? I know you have no foundation objection. Any other objection to the admission and publication of States 13?
Not generally. There may be some bolstering or hearsay here and there. If there is, I'll bring it up.
Okay.
So
13 is admitted. Are you going to handle this like you did with Officer Philemon's, just play start to finish, or are you going to a particular segment?
we're going to go to.
Okay, let's be sure, let's use, just so we're consistent, the media players I'm not going to call it a timestamp, but the time measure from the media player when you're announcing where you're starting and stopping.
While we're bringing that up, did you make a decision about, or a recommendation about charging Cameron McCall with the drugs that were found on scene?
I do not.
I asked that in a not great way. Did you make a decision or was that decision not?
My decision was not to charge Cameron McCall with narcotics.
Okay, why was that?
Based on my limited knowledge of the narcotics and where they were found, my assumption was that they were found in the pile of the articles of bags that were in the hallway that I witnessed Emmanuel and Tezera interacting with. I was simply told later on that I said that there was narcotics found in the bags. And my assumption was that the bags belonged to Emmanuel and Tezera. Through my investigation of him interacting with it, and there's a Ring doorbell video that's provided of me removing items from the apartment and placing to the hallway.
We'll start, officer, the body cam at 10 minutes and 13 seconds. All right, I stopped at 10 minutes and 21 seconds. Is this the hallway where you interacted with the defendant and the belongings that he was sitting there with?
Yes.
Oh, was she inside stuff?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let's see. Oh, okay.
I didn't let
No, it was serious. Wow, she's.
I didn't let
her.
Yes, sir. Is that what you said?
It's 265. This one?
Yes.
Wait, please, open the door. Oh, why is there blood out here? Open the door, please. Hey, you come outside, please? Put your hands up. Come outside. Stay against the wall. Put your hands against the wall. Hands against the wall.
He's on my thing now, right here in my house. I have a camera.
Who else is there?
No, they just came to make sure I was okay, 'cause I had called and I was so busy and pulling my hair out. Now, you can come in.
Stay right there for a second.
The police already had me on video, I just sent it to them, so.
Hey, whoever's inside, open the door. Open the door, please.
All right, earlier you had talked about how there were some other people on scene. Are these the individuals you were talking about?
They are.
And did your investigation reveal if they were involved in the altercation that had brought y'all to that apartment?
Based on their statements and Cameron McCall's statements that they both arrived, they were called after all of the so-called action had taken place.
We just got here.
Come outside. Who else is inside? Oh, yo, wait up.
You sound stupid. Why are you on camera? On the bed on camera? We just literally just walked in the door like on camera. We had nothing, making sure we had nothing.
Okay, I'm gonna move forward.
Your Honor, we stopped at 12 minutes and 36 seconds.
Thank you.
We're gonna restart, we skipped up to,
27 minutes and 42 seconds.
I saw all the girls in your focus that you got today.
right, so you mentioned a few minutes ago that the defendant had gone into the items that were in the hallway. Is that what we're seeing here on your right hand?
It is.
Hey, can you just leave all this up there now?
No, are you sitting here deciding whether the board's bottom?
No, you can leave it all right there. Everything's gonna stay right where it's at. You're gonna go to Grady, and everything's gonna stay right there. It's part of the crime scene, you're not taking anything. Put it down. Who's going with him?
Okay.
You're going with him.
Okay, can I close my front door, please?
Stop touching yourself. It's part of the crime scene. You can go to jail too. She's going with you to Grady. Don't touch me. Walk the distance.
Can you lock my?
Right, I stopped the video at 28:49. When you respond to a crime scene and there are items left behind, what is APD's policy in when that happens?
We need to determine whether or not it's considered evidence or property. And if it's anything of value, it has to be safeguarded and kept and placed into Atlanta Police property unit.
Tell us what you mean by safeguarded and kept.
So if there's anything of value, it needs to be basically where nobody can tamper with it, steal it, and the rightful owner can reclaim it if it's considered property.
And what do you have to do when that happens and when you're collecting it? Do you just collect it, or is there a procedure that you have to go through?
The procedure is we need to try to determine the rightful owner, and that can be either from items in it. We also need to make sure that there's nothing of value, any hazardous. It's called an inventory search. So we have to inventory all of the property.
In your experience as a law enforcement officer, what would you expect to see when, along with a large quantity of drugs?
Typically in my investigations or my dealings with narcotics, I've made several narcotics arrests throughout the year, probably over 100 to 150. If we have a large amount of drugs that's outside of that, what we consider personal use, we'll see what's called drug-related objects. This could include anything from individual baggies for packaging and distribution. Scales are very common. Money, instruments to use it, such as pipes, bongs, glass pipes, anything to use the drugs.
And did you, through the course of your investigation, go into the apartment that this incident occurred in?
I did.
Did you go, did Ms. McCall allow you to go into that apartment?
She did.
Did you observe any of those items that you just mentioned, baggies, scale, things like that in that apartment?
No, I did not.
We see on your body cam, Ms. McCall saying something about, he's got drugs in his stuff, search the stuff. How did that factor into your investigation?
It's something you take into account, but a lot of times we have two parties in dispute, and even this call may not be considered domestic violence by the statute. It's a domestic related incident. And what we typically find is when you have two parties of passionate nature at odds, especially when it's gotten to the level of violence, accusations are thrown around. They may be true or not, so you take them with a grain of salt and further investigate. So it's very common for people to say, oh, he's got guns, he's got drugs, he's blah, 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 they got warrants, to try to entice law enforcement to act in a certain manner.
At that point, were you still in the process of investigating the domestic incident?
Yeah, absolutely. At this point, we were very early on in the investigation. Excuse me.
While you were still on scene, did you inventory the items that were in the hallway?
I did not.
Did another officer do so?
I believe so.
Were other officers called in order to inventory the search? Inventory the items?
Yes.
When those officers were called in to inventory the items, had you more or less finished your investigation?
As an investigator, my job was to make sure the crime scene was being handled properly, that nothing was being overlooked. Looking at through a keen eye and determining probable cause if charges did exist and who the primary assailant may have been. I'd called Sergeant Stinson to help manage the crime scene so we could delegate different tasks. I know this was late at night during shift change, so part of our focus too is getting officers home on time so they're not staying past their tour of duty. So it's common for us to delegate different aspects of a crime scene to work together to accomplish the common goal of doing a thorough investigation.
The items that were inventoried, did you still think that they were potentially evidence of a crime?
I did.
What crime did you think they might be evidence of?
At that point, we were investigating aggravated assault.
And why did you think that those items potentially were evidence of aggravated assault?
We have a person that's been stabbed, a victim, several times in the arm. That person's interacting with them. There's blood covered on all the items. The blood itself is evidence. The items being contaminated with the blood may be part of the crime scene.
And I don't know if you got the address of this incident. Do you know the address that that you went to?
I do.
To respond to this incident, what was that address?
1888 Emory, Emory Street, Northwest. It is.
No further questions, subject to your direct.
All right, Mr. Hirsch.
Your Honor, I have the same video, but it's not the one in evidence. Is it okay if I play it off my computer?
Whatever is technically easier. It worked fine when we used it through their computer before, but if you've got it teed up, it's.
Well, I guess I'm not on the Zoom. I am on the Zoom, but I'm not. All right, I'll use yours. Unless one of them. I'm on the Zoom.
Yeah. I'm saying that the timestamp of what we're hearing.
Good afternoon. Did I say that yet?
I'm probably not sure, but good afternoon.
All right. How long have you been with Atlanta?
11 years.
All right. And have you law enforcement experience prior to that?
No.
All right. You said you did 100 to 150 drug investigations and what you expect. Was that prior to, were those all prior to June 11th, 2021?
Yes, mostly.
Okay.
Actually, all of them, yes.
All of them. So you're in a different unit now?
I am.
What unit are you in?
I'm currently with the larceny commando unit.
All right, the reason you guys have body cam is so that you capture everything, right? So one, to protect you, correct?
Correct.
And sometimes to protect others.
Absolutely.
And it's better to capture more rather than less, right? If you're having an interview with a witness, it's always good to memorialize it, right?
It is.
Whether that's by video, right?
Video.
Or if it's a phone conversation, it's good to memorialize it by taping it, correct? Right. All right, so you get to the crime scene, and when you get to the crime scene, it's there for a domestic violence case. When you get there, do you with your own eyes see Emmanuel Tezera picking up stuff and putting it out into the hallway?
Picking up from where?
Anywhere, from inside the apartment?
Are you asking if he's removing him from the apartment into the hallway?
Yes.
No.
You do not see that?
No.
Okay, and do you recall testifying previously at a motions hearing in this case on or about April 18th of 2024?
I do.
Okay, and at that hearing, do you recall saying that you witnessed him moving his belongings into the hallway?
I don't recall.
Okay, if I show you a copy of the transcript, will that help refresh your recollection?
Good.
What page are you using that?
27. Now, the question is asked, so if you need to go back a little bit forward to read, to get just some contact questions, yeah. Let me hand you what's I'm marking as defendant's exhibit number 20.
What about here, where it says I saw him handling him? You want me to read this?
No, I just want you to read it to yourself, see if that refreshes your recollection. If it doesn't, that's fine.
Yes, I saw him handling them.
Okay, so the question was, you were asked, you stated on direct that when you arrived on scene, you actually witnessed my
So
call.
don't read
Okay.
from the transcript. You can ask him if he was asked things, and he can tell you if he remembers his answer or not. And apparently he said something about handling things. The jurors will recall what happened in the video, and there's where we are.
Okay. So you do recall saying that when you arrived, he was handling his bags.
Correct.
Okay. All right, when you walk into the apartment complex, the first thing you go by is the pool, is that right?
The pool is located in the center of the complex, so you'd have to pass by the exterior, other apartments. So I think it was the office and hallways.
All right. And there was a lot of blood in the hallway near Miss McCall's hallway, right?
Correct.
How far did the blood go down the hallway?
My best estimation is on both sides of the door, From where we approach, it's probably approximately 25 feet in both directions from the doorway.
All right, so 25 feet in 25 feet this way to the left, 25 feet to the right,
There
roughly.
was more on the approach side where Mr. Tezera is standing. There's more blood and there's less blood past the doorway.
All right, so that is a couple of doors down on each side.
Yes.
All right. Does the blood go all the way down the hallway to the end of the hallway?
I didn't examine it that thoroughly.
You walked up and down this hallway many times because you couldn't get reception in the hallway, correct?
Yes.
So a number of times if you had to call someone, you would just sort of jog down to the pool area and make a phone call.
Yeah, the radio's reception.
All right. And in all that time, in the entirety of your investigation, you don't see blood anywhere except for what we just described, 25 feet in either direction.
Not that I recall, I wasn't examining every bit of the floor.
All right. Are you the lead detective in the case?
At this point, I was the lead on scene.
All right. So when you get to the scene, there are two people there. And I'm going to move to 12 minutes and 10 seconds. Look. Let's go to 12:02. Whoops, let's go to 12:02. All right, we'll start at 11:55 because I'm there. Turner, it looks like I was having those connection difficulties that you thought might happen.
It's 265.
Well, you're having a different issue in that you're not sharing your screen.
Yeah, well, it kicked me
Well-
on Zoom.
Okay, that would be a connection issue if it kicked you out. Because we were hearing it, but there was nothing coming up.
My internet usually isn't active to guest internet, so it's not as good as everyone else's. I don't want to belabor this or make it more difficult.
No, but if Mr. Peoples can call it up, if you'll call out it should be all the same numbers on the media time counter. So if you go to,
Yeah, around 12:02. So please. Thank you, Mr. Peoples. I appreciate it.
It's at 12:03.
Okay, thank you.
Press play.
Yes, please. Thank you.
We just got here. We just got here.
Come outside. Come outside, Mike.
They just got here.
Yo, wake up.
You sound stupid. Why are you on camera? On the bed on camera. We just literally just walked in this corner. We had nothing, we begged so we had nothing, we didn't know how to leave.
Don't leave.
Please tell them why
Thank you. All right, so when you arrive there, it appears as though they're cleaning in the apartment.
I couldn't see into the apartment.
What's that?
I couldn't see into the apartment.
All right, later you go.
I
into the-
pause you for a second, Mr. Hirsch. You are more soft-spoken than some detectives. If you get a little closer to the microphone, the chair doesn't have wheels, so if you scooch it up, you don't have to be right on it, but that'll help folks hear better. Thank you.
I'm kind of battling a cold right now, so you have to excuse me.
Okay, well, we've got a changeable cover on the microphone, so that'll be yours. And when you're done getting your cold on it,
Take this.
Deputy Gordon will do his job and replace the cover. Because the last witness was really on the microphone.
I got you. Could you repeat the question?
Yes, after we've seen what we've seen, but you actually go into the apartment, correct?
Yes, with Miss McCall.
Okay, you go 2 different times, is that right?
I believe so.
All right, you go in one time and then you come on out and she revokes her consent, right? And you tell her that, well, you can get a search warrant and break down her door, or If she wants to go that route. You recall that?
Yes.
All right, and then shortly thereafter, she's like, okay, don't break down my door, you have consent, go in.
Yeah, I believe what I stated to her was we can apply for a search warrant, which we should be able to get, or we should absolutely get. And she could either leave the keys with us and we could open the door. And if we didn't have keys, we would have to force entry. And then Officer Suk interacted with Miss McCall, who was able to connect with her and get her to calm down, reevaluate, and to which she gave us absolute consent to enter.
Okay. It should not consent, but so you go in 2 different times, she revokes consent, right?
She did.
All right, and then you, threaten's not the right word, you tell her your plan of getting a search warrant and going in regardless, and then she's like, all right, we'll just go in.
Yeah, I presented her with the options available at the time.
All right, so you, from walking into the apartment, you can tell that someone had been cleaning, is that right?
Yes, Miss McCall stated that she had cleaned up a little bit.
She cleaned up a little bit. There were a couple of brooms, and if you don't recall, this is fine. We have photos, or you don't recall, that's fine. There are a couple of brooms by the kitchen island, right?
I don't recall.
Okay, there are a couple of brooms in the hallway.
I don't recall.
All right, there's the smell of bleach on the floor.
There is a lot of bleach.
Okay, and there was blood that appeared to have been wiped up in various parts.
Yes,
And Miss McCall, when you go back in with her, confirms that she was cleaning, right?
she does.
You interview, so then you run into these 2 folks. Do you know what the relationship is between these 2 folks and Miss McCall?
Their relationship with McCall was, I believe, she said they were just friends.
Okay. So these are her friends. And the friends, do you know where they live?
Not off the top of my head.
So you interview them, and your interview consists of basically the female saying they was fighting, right?
I don't recall.
Right. And then you say, okay, well, if I need anything else from y'all, I'll reach out later. Correct? All right. Did you ever reach out later?
I did not.
All right. When you take information down, you just take down her first name, right?
I'm not sure at all. I believe I got both their first and last names.
All right. You take down a phone number?
I did.
All
I
right.
believe so.
And that information, you kept it in your notes, is that right?
I believe so.
All right. You never put it in a police report, correct?
No, I did not have, was required to create a police report. Like I said, I wasn't. My job as investigations on this was to assist on a crime scene. This case was never assigned to me as a detective. I was never lead detective. I was simply serving as an assistant to the zone officers at this time.
Okay, but regardless of whether you were required to do anything, her name, phone number, and address never make it from your notes into a report, correct?
Correct.
And the import of that is you don't send your notes to the district attorney's office, right?
No, I did not.
What's that?
No.
Okay, so they get police reports, but not your notes, right?
I assume
Okay.
I don't know what they request.
Huh?
I'm sorry.
I said, I don't know what they request.
Do you ever turn your notes over to the district attorney?
I've never been requested to.
And then I get what they have, right? You know that.
Assume so.
Okay. So your notes, I don't get to look at if you don't put that information in the police report. Is that true?
It's true.
You told them that if you needed anything else from them, you would follow up with them later, correct?
I stated that.
And you never followed up with them for anything. You didn't need anything else from them.
I did not.
Her statement, they were fighting, was sufficient for you, right?
At the time.
Well, not only at the time, 3 years later. It's still sufficient for you.
It is.
Okay. And when you first get there, she comes out and they put their hands up. Good idea when the police are coming in, right?
You know, when they're asked to.
Yeah, well, it's good for everybody. But then spontaneously at 12:35 in the video, she says, "We don't have nothing." Right?
I assume.
Okay, well, replay it if you mind. Can you go back 10 seconds? All right, she says, "We don't have nothing." No one asked her a question, right? And then she said, we're about to leave,
I'm
correct?
confused. I thought you had just asked them for ID. Can you rewind it a little further, please? All right, that's good.
You sound stupid. How are you on camera? On the day of our camera. We just literally just walked in this corner.
All right, you can pause it. Did you not just ask them for ID?
I usually motion, I said,
Okay.
you have ID
Okay.
identification.
Okay, just one more time for me. I didn't. Yeah, just 10 seconds.
You sound stupid. How are you on camera? On the day of our camera. We just literally just walked in this corner. We had nothing.
Okay. Thank you. All right, so these two people saw some fighting, correct?
Not that I know of.
Well, she says that they was fighting.
That's her assumption. I didn't,
No, she told you they was fighting.
it doesn't state whether she saw it or not.
Okay. And they were inside the apartment, the crime scene, for a while before you got there, right?
I don't know how long they were there.
Okay. And they were inside the crime scene for an indeterminate period of time before you got there, right?
Correct.
All right. And you realized later that things had been moved, there was cleaning up, blood had been moved, right?
Right.
All right. And you never decided to reach back out to them. We've covered that. Nor could you necessarily, because you never got their true identities. Is that right?
I got their true identities.
How do you know?
It's my body camera footage.
I know, but they didn't actually have identification on them, right?
And they gave me name, date of birth, and a phone number. It's enough to work on it at the time.
Do sometimes folks at crime scenes involving felonies give you false dates of birth, false names, and false phone numbers?
They do.
Okay. Did you verify theirs?
At the point I didn't have time to, but no, I did not.
All right, so 3 years later, you still have not.
No, I've not.
All right. So I found what I wanted to show you on the transcript. I'm gonna come back up with defendants 20. I think it's still there, actually. Will you go to page, will you go to page 10 of the transcript? And why don't you review that page and see if it refreshes your recollection as to what you said under oath you saw?
Page 10,
Yes.
which line?
Just start at the top. It's your first answer.
Okay.
All right. Do you recall testifying that you could see Mr. Tezera moving items out into the hallway?
Which line are you referring to?
Your first page, your first answer, paragraph 3 through 11.
Excuse me 1 second. I thought I put this separate phone. Sorry about that.
No problem.
Repeat the question.
Sure. Are you night watch?
No, I just forgot to put my phone's on silent. And
No, I didn't mean that. I didn't know if you were tired.
no,
He has a cold.
I'm suffering with a cold. I'm sorry.
Just read your first paragraph.
Sorry. Line 3.
I don't think this has been admitted into evidence, so I object to it.
It won't be admitted in evidence and he won't read out loud. He's asking to read to himself again.
Okay. Okay.
All right. So do you recall testifying under oath that you saw Mr. Tezera moving items out into the hallway?
I do.
You do recall saying that?
I do.
All right. Several bags and belongings, correct?
Yes.
All right. Now, you testified under oath that that was the case, but in fact, that was incorrect. It's not the case, right?
He's moving items in the hallway.
All right. You saw with your own eyes him moving items into the hallway.
In the hallway, into the hallway. Doesn't say from where.
Okay, so he's moving items into the hallway from.
Can I see the transcript, please? Because we're going around in circles on this a whole lot. Just hand me that page. Thank you. Okay. All right, you can press on this a little longer if you need to.
All right, just, so when you testified under the oath that you turned into the hallway, and when we turned into the hallway, we could see Mr.
Don't read out loud what he said.
When you say that we could see him moving items into the hallway, that means to you items that were already in the hallway and moving them somewhere else in the hallway?
Yes.
Or does that mean from inside the apartment into the hallway?
Just into the hallway. He's in the hallway. He's moving items within the hallway.
Within the hallway, okay. Can we go to 1010, please, Mr. Peoples?
Okay.
Is that 10:11?
That's great, thank you. 1011. Go ahead.
Hey.
All right, is that the first time you ever saw Emmanuel Tezera?
Yes.
All right, until he takes his backpack and tries to go to the hospital, do you ever see him touch any other bag?
Ask the question. I'm sorry. This cold is affecting me more than
No
I expected.
problem. From when, at the end, we see him try and get his backpack, you're like, no, you can't take your backpack, right?
Yeah.
Right. Right here, you don't actually see him have his hands on any bag, correct?
When I first turned the corner, the perception of the body camera is off your chest, pointing forward. When rounding a corner, the camera might be facing forward. It's called pieing off or creating angles. You don't want to just pop around a corner and be exposed. So you want to lead off the corner and peek around it. So your eyes will see stuff that the body camera might not.
Okay, so in that fraction of a second, when you're going around the corner, that's when he was moving items into the hallway.
He's moving on. I know we're caught up on the into, within, in the hallway.
Okay.
He's interacting with the items in the hallway.
I'll move on. Mr. Again, thank the state.
Oh, was she inside stuff?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let's sit in the hall, okay?
I haven't left.
No, let's hear it. She's like,
All right, and he has what appears to be a stab wound on his upper left shoulder.
Yeah, approximately 3 laceration stab wounds on his left shoulder.
All right, and that's consistent with being stabbed by a knife?
Yes.
Do you recall whether you saw a knife in the apartment?
I did.
You did see a knife.
I did.
Do you recall on the same date, April 18th, telling this court under oath that you do not remember seeing a knife?
I don't recall.
Okay, will you turn to page 29 of the transcript? Actually, the last sentence on 28, see if that refreshes your recollection.
So I said, what's line?
The last 2 lines of 28, first sentence of 29, first 2 sentences.
First 2 sentences. Yes,
You testified under oath that you don't remember seeing a knife.
correct.
All right. Now, when you testify to that, but actually you did see a knife, when you come into court and testify under oath, you're not lying, correct?
I hope not.
No, well, you're not, I mean, I'm saying you're not, but you're mistaken. You don't remember seeing the knife, right?
I don't remember from this point. My recollection from seeing it today comes from my prep from reviewing my body cam footage before this.
Yeah, but just, you and I agree, just because you didn't remember on April 18th, 2024, seeing the knife, you testified under oath, I don't remember seeing that. You weren't lying that day, you just didn't remember, correct?
Correct.
There's a difference between lying and saying something that is inconsistent with the truth. Is that fair? I just want to get a picture of that.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right, and these are the bags that are out in the hallway, correct?
Correct.
All right, and no one touches these bags during the whole time you're there, is that right?
The whole time I'm there,
Yes.
Emmanuel and Tezera touched these bags while I was there.
Okay, other than Emmanuel getting his backpack, when you say that, he touched it when he got his backpack to go to the hospital?
Yes.
And he had permission from Officer Philmont at the time, right?
Yes.
Okay, and you said, no, there's a misunderstanding, you can't take it.
Yes.
All right, but other than that, when he picks up his backpack, this is where everything is laid out, correct?
It's where it's laid out, yes.
And to your knowledge, no one touches it?
Not that I know of.
During the course of your time here, you spend over an hour at the crime scene, right?
Yes, over an hour.
And after Mr. Tezera leaves, you spend time interviewing Cameron McCall, right?
Good.
And not only interviewing her, she takes you through the apartment and explains certain things, right?
Yes.
And she explains a bunch of different times what happened, correct?
Correct.
At one time, she told you that while this was happening, she was talking to her dad on the phone, right?
I believe so.
And that she had like family FaceTime and her dad could actually see what was happening.
I'm not sure. I don't recall.
What's that?
I do not recall.
All right. Do you recall her saying that she was talking with her dad?
Briefly, or yeah.
What's that?
Yes, I'm sorry.
If you, well, you have to ask the judge, but if you need a Theraflu or something, or
I don't know.
Oh, what?
Theraflu?
Oh, I don't have any of that for you.
Some water might help.
Yeah, we have a
Not getting
bottle of water. Let's get that up to Investigator Skidmore.
Is there a way to get to
Yes, we can do that. Why don't we take, this is not the official afternoon break. You'll get one. This is a quick, if you don't need to use the restroom, don't get up. But let's accommodate, and this will allow Investigator Skidmore to get some water in him.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Just that season. It's the season.
I'm sorry.
Not that short.
There's other stuff on it.
All right, Ms. Rivers, are you ready? Okay, we're back on the record. Mr. Hirsch, you are in the midst of your cross-examination.
Okay. All right, so at some point she talks about talking with her dad. She tells you that he threw bleach on her, right?
Yes.
And that happened while she was on the phone with 911. While he was on the phone with 911.
I believe so.
Okay. She, at some point, she tells you, she's walking through the apartment, she says, oh, you're looking over where the vase is and there's blood, right? Or the marble, whatever broke. And there's a shirt there. She says, oh, I was wiping up the blood with the shirt. Do you recall that?
I do recall that.
So it does appear, I mean, naturally so, it does appear she was cleaning up some of the blood, right?
Yes.
Now, while in the apartment, we heard the scene about her saying, oh, he's got drugs in the bag, right?
In the apartment, she did state the drugs in the bag.
Okay, but what we played here was she was in the hallway when she said that.
Yeah, she states it in the hallway and also in the apartment.
Right. And in the apartment specifically, though, she says he has Molly, weed, shrooms, and coke in his stuff. Is that right?
Yes.
So when you later found that there was weed, shrooms, and coke in his stuff, did you ever go back and say, hey, how did you know that?
No, I was only told that there was a lot of drugs in a bag.
Okay.
All I knew. I didn't know what drugs at the hospital.
All right. So as the lead detective, had you known that she named exactly what was in the bag, wouldn't you want to go back and find out how she knew that?
And so, as the term lead detective is being thrown around, I'm there to assist in this matter. This case wasn't assigned to me. I'm there to assist the officers. The lead officer is, for all intents and purposes, the lead on the case. They are making the arrest. They're writing the initial report. I am there at this point as an assistant.
Who was the lead officer?
Officer Sukun did the arrest report, so he would have been lead.
Okay. And you said something about being at the hospital. You went to the hospital where Mr. Tezera was taken?
Yes.
And it was then that you learned over the radio something that officers had found what you just described as a large amount of drugs.
Yes, I was told, I believe Officer Philemon told me verbally that they found a bunch of drugs.
Okay. You were not in the hallway of the apartment complex when whatever bag may have had drugs in it was opened and these alleged drugs were found?
I was not.
Okay.
All right. Officer Philemon was with you at the hospital, right?
Yes.
And you interviewed my client at the hospital, right?
Yes.
And Officer Philemon is there listening to that interview, right?
Yes.
Right. Who did you say is the lead officer?
I believe Officer Suk would have been the lead officer.
SUK.
Yes.
At some point, the folks who you had dismissed, you told the female and the male, the witnesses, you told them they could leave and should leave, right?
Yes.
But they came back to the scene, right?
I don't recall.
All right. Will you hit 30 minutes and 15 seconds, please?
Minutes and 12 seconds.
Cause he's saying one thing, everybody else saying, or now he wants to take.
I know, don't go in there.
She could go in there, she don't have no warrant, excuse me, you don't have a warrant, get out, get out. You want to record that in my house, right over here, please record that, right now. Yeah, tell me get out.
No, get out. Don't say you taking your shit. Get him out of my house. Where's the other one? I don't want to see.
He's on the porch.
We don't get any access to him. Yeah, because he doesn't have a warrant. He's in my house. So guess what? Case goes. You're in my house without a warrant.
Where are you going? Stand right there, please. Get back against the wall. Put it back against the wall, please.
Thank you about that.
Okay, you can pause it. All right, so they, at least the female tries to go back into the apartment, right?
Yes.
And you tell her not to, because now you want to secure it, you're happy, at this point, you're thinking you're getting a search warrant, right?
Now we're trying to still lock down the crime scene, minimize extra people, parties on scene.
Okay. And of course, then we hear Miss McCall saying, you go in the house, police, you can't tell them what to do, right?
Right.
You recall shortly thereafter that Miss McCall said, hey, you're not fair to trans people, do you?
I don't recall that.
Right. And you shortly thereafter tell the two witnesses to leave again. You have to tell them to leave again.
Yes.
All right. And then Miss McCall one more time says, you don't care when trans girls get killed. You recall that?
But yes, kind of.
Something along those lines.
Back, yes.
All right. So thereafter, you and Miss McCall start getting along a little better. Would you say that's fair?
Yes, I believe after Officer Suk was able to speak with Miss McCall, her attitude changed and we were able to have a more civil interaction.
Okay. He's your, what do you call it when you calm things down?
Mediator?
Yeah, okay.
Or de-escalation? Is that what we're going for?
No, I forget, anyway. Now, you talked about being on drug cases and expecting to find sometimes scales or baggies, right?
Correct.
The other things you sometimes find are guns, right?
Yes.
It's not relevant here, right? No guns are found. Right. And sometimes you find large amounts of money.
Sometimes.
All right. And in lieu of cash money, there are other ways to have money, like valuables, gold bars, Rolls Royces, $50,000 Louis Vuitton bags, right?
Right.
Right.
Check to relevance here.
She has $50,000 Louis Vuitton bags.
Well, you shouldn't testify about whether it's a real or a forfeit or a counterfeit or what, but you can keep going.
All right. Did she tell you that she had $50,000 Louis Vuitton bags in her apartment?
I don't recall.
Okay, we get 3425, please.
So 3421.
Thank you.
Bags in my house. So I don't know my soul. Just stay right here. I make sure that no one goes in. So we do need to enter your apartment. And that's why I would give you the key. But he's giving me all this attitude and I'm not feeling it. I'm not feeling it. This is the shit I worked for many years. I was changed. My father was my grandfather's chief. My grandfather's a chief. I don't know how to deal with him, like with all of this attitude. Like, he has an attitude and I'm not understanding. You can search how many trans girls get killed and y'all don't give a fuck. So we're not gonna sit here and pretend that y'all give a fuck. And when I protect myself, I'm in trouble.
I'm not hearing a lot about what you're asking about.
Yeah, I must have missed it. Yeah.
It was right before.
Right before there, 34. Actually, before you go back, she describes around this time how Mr. Manuel Tezera was acting in the apartment or what he looked like, right? That he was bleeding like a bitch. Do you recall that?
I don't know the exact words, but she said he was bleeding.
All right, we just hit play right there.
Yeah.
Yeah, just hit play.
My name is on that list. When somebody bursts in your house, you have a right to protect yourself. When somebody's calling out from the time I took her for the dispatch and call and ask them about the 3 first calls he made, he hung up on them. I'm the one screaming on the phone because my hair is being pulled out and I'm getting my ass whooped. But y'all give a fuck about that because he's bleeding like a little bitch. Everybody's out here got me in handcuffs. Yeah, but it's pissing me off.
But the thing is, we have to ask those questions. And it may seem like we're letting you.
And I must have jumped ahead. Why don't you hit 34:15 for me just a minute before? You know what? I got it. 34:09, 34 minutes. Thank you. You deserve a raise.
34:09.
Just 34, just started 34.
Yes. All right, we're gonna go to the lobby room.
So, no, so we got to hear all that. Well, so I have also in my house, in my house, I have over $50,000 bags in my house. So I got, you go back to the second floor, you can stay right here. I make sure that no one goes in. So, we do need to enter your apartment, and that's why I will give you the key, like, he's giving me all.
All right, we've heard this part already.
All right. She said $50,000 bags. We recall her later saying they were Louis Vuitton. Not that it matters.
To that effect.
What's that?
To that effect.
All right. She has $50,000 bags in her apartment. Did you, at some point, you're walking through the apartment and you say to her, do I need to go into the bedroom or another room, the guest room or something like that?
Yeah, I believe I asked if any of the altercation took place in the bedroom or the bathroom.
Right. And her response to you was what? When you asked if I need to go in there or if anything is in there that you
She
need to
said
say?
no.
Okay. And when she said no, did you go in there anyway to look around to see what was there?
At some point, I don't know if it was on the first walkthrough or later. I think it was on the later walkthrough.
Okay. Would it be on your body cam?
It is on there.
All right. When you're walking through there, I think the points are made. I don't have to make them all, so I'll try and go a little faster. There's some drug paraphernalia on the counter, marijuana stuff.
I don't recall. I know she stated that she smokes marijuana, but not that day.
Okay. All right. So if there's something that looks like marijuana on the counter, when she sees that, you may not have seen it.
I don't recall.
Okay. Now, she mentioned something about him being, drugs. Tell them about your drugs, right?
She mentions that he has drugs.
Okay. Do you ask her ever, hey, tell me about that?
No, not initially.
All right. So to your knowledge, did she ever say anything to you, whether she knew prior to her saying that, actually knew that she thought he had drugs? Or did you get into it with her if through the course of their short relationship she knew?
My investigation at this point wasn't a narcotics related investigation. It was a violent stabbing.
Okay.
Like I said, it's typical for people to throw around accusations in these kind of manners. So we typically allow an individual to speak, to get out what they want to say, so that it's better to listen than to just ask random questions. So if someone wants to spout out whatever they want to, we just let them go.
All right.
Our intent at this point was solely to figure out who the primary aggressor was in this violent stabbing.
Do you recall her telling you that she's tired of his drug dealing?
I don't recall.
That would certainly indicate that she knew something about drugs, right?
I noticed she stated that he was a drug dealer. I don't know if she was tired of it or not.
All right. Last one, 43:45, please. I'm just going to send you to 43:45. I think this is the last one here. Bless you.
For
43, 46.
When I told them that position, I don't have family here, but like my all that came. I don't even live here by myself. I'm 24. I'm like, I don't have family here, so I text him. He didn't like my answer when I told him I didn't. So he asked me, can we have a talk? I came out and I sat on the couch. Then the argument going back and forth, and I said, you do too much. I think because I called him a bitch. I said, you do too much bitch shit.
No, sir.
Yeah, before the incident. I said, you do too much bitch shit. You act like a bitch. Like, I'm not gonna be a man that's gonna keep lying to me when I know the truth. Like, this is the way people talk. So.
All right, without getting into that, she says, did you ever recover these text messages she was talking about?
I did not.
All right, did you ask her for them?
I don't know if I did or not.
All right, do you recall her also saying that during the incident, she was on the phone with her brother?
I don't recall.
All right, that she had a direct FaceTime with her grandmother and daughter?
I don't
Object to
recall.
hearsay, the declarant in this testified and was not asked about any of these statements.
They put the video into evidence, Your Honor.
You know, if it's in the video, then he can ask about it. Blessedly, we're not being required to listen to all hour plus of the video. I appreciate that. So if you think there's something that's not in the video about which he's discussing, then we should explore that. But otherwise, I'm overruling the objection.
All right, I struck out when I said last one last time. So let's go to, I'm gonna go 10 seconds back, 4730.
47.
Yes, please.
It's not.
Perfect. I'm not complaining.
Pushed him. I pushed him in his chest. I pushed him back. And then that's when I say, back up, because I'm going to call my brother. And then I say, hey Siri, call my brother. We called 911. And that's when 911 was going to operate the thing.
When did your back hit yourself?
When I was running from him on the 911 call. That's how I
Well, you called 911.
All right, I'm sorry. Did you ever find out if she actually called her brother from looking at her phone?
I never looked at her phone.
Did you interview her brother?
No.
Did you interview her father, mother, grandmother?
No.
There's no 911, as far as you know, there's no 911 call that she made. Is that right?
I don't know.
Your knowledge, okay. Now, after this, you went to the hospital, right?
I did.
And you're under misinformation. You're under a wrong impression when you go to the hospital as to what was in the bag that Emmanuel grabbed. Is that fair?
I'm under no impression because I have no idea what's in the bags.
Okay, well, you state that I saw you with my own eyes take the bags that had the drugs in it. Do you recall that?
At what point?
I'm sorry, did you respond? Say at what point?
Oh, you interview Emmanuel Tezera, correct?
I did.
You read him Miranda rights, is that right?
I did.
He waives his Miranda rights.
He does.
He's compliant with you in the hallway at the apartment building, right?
He is.
He's compliant with you at the hospital, is that right?
Correct.
He gives you a statement, is that right?
He gives me a statement.
At the time he gives you a statement, he's in the hospital, correct?
He is.
All right. And you tell him that you saw with your own eyes him take the bag that had the drugs in it.
Yeah, I made a false assumption, I believe, that the backpack he was trying to pick up had the drugs in it. I made an assumption based off of what I observed, but I had no knowledge of where the drugs were actually located.
All right, well, during the course of an interview, you're allowed to lie, deceive a defendant in order to try and get information, right?
Correct.
So were you mistaken as to what you saw or what you knew, or were you just trying to deceive him?
I think I was mistaken.
You think you're, okay. And the whole time he just denies it, right?
Object to hearsay.
How are you getting that in? So ladies and gentlemen, you should disregard, it was a question, so that's not testimony anyway. So it's not evidence, but you should ask a different question and not reference what your client may have said in that setting.
But at the time, under that mistaken assumption, that's what you based your warrants on and basically your entire investigation, correct?
I didn't take out warrants on this case.
All right, well, you told the state that you made a recommendation. That's what you based your recommendation on, correct?
Correct.
Your false at the time, false assumption.
Yes.
I'm going to hand you what I've marked as defendant's exhibit number 12. Make sure I don't have it. If you recognize that from your investigation, can you please identify it?
It appears to be a blood stain on a couch.
All right, and is that a couch that was in Ms. Cameron's apartment?
I believe so.
Okay, and that is his blood? You know?
The best of my knowledge.
She wasn't bleeding, correct?
I didn't see any blood coming from her.
Does that appear to be a true and accurate depiction of the blood?
It does.
Your Honor, at this time I move into evidence defendant's exhibit number 12.
Any objection to defendants 12?
No objection.
Admitted.
So explain this to me again. You're not the lead, but at some point you're taking charge of the investigation. Briefly.
When you say lead detective, as an investigator, we are assigned cases where you are officially the lead detective. These are typical when we talk about an officer comes and takes a report, the report goes into the system, the supervisor will assign it to an investigator. The investigator then follows up on that case with many other cases. That's when you are a lead detective. Another use of that term would be if I'm on scene and I'm the only detective, I would be lead at that moment, but the officer themselves can also be lead detective because they are ultimately responsible for the initial report, any charges, any warrants, but I could be there in an advisory role.
All right. In the course of your investigation, you've done 100, 150 investigations regarding drugs. Sometimes you will follow the money, correct?
Sometimes.
All right. In this case, did you look to see what kind of car, if any, Mr. Tezera drove?
I didn't investigate any of the narcotics on this case.
Okay. So did you made a recommendation on the drug. Did you recommend that they look into his bank accounts and her bank accounts?
No.
Did you make a recommendation that they look to see what his employment was and her employment?
No.
Did you make a recommendation that they should test the knife?
I don't recall.
Okay. Did you make a recommendation that they fingerprint anything at all?
I don't recall.
Did you take into consideration when you were interviewing my client what medication he might be on?
I believe your client stated he took sorry, ask the question again.
Was he given drugs in the hospital?
He was.
Okay. Painkillers?
Yes.
All right. And he also had epilepsy medicine?
He mentioned that he had epilepsy and medicine. I don't know what he was given or received.
When Miss McCall was arrested, she went down to the police station, correct?
I believe so.
You had her phone last in the apartment building, right?
I placed it on the ledge of the wall.
All right. Do you know what happened to it?
I don't.
All right.
When you say ledge of wall, outdoors, in her apartment?
So the hallway has chair rail on the edge to keep from, if you're moving stuff down the wall, it'll hit. So the phone was placed just on the chair rail, so that way she could physically see her phone, but not interact with it, because at this point she's in custody. We don't need her making phone calls to maybe, hey, come get me out of cuffs, attack these officers, safety concerns.
Sure. That's the last you saw her phone.
That's the last I remember interacting with it.
Okay, so this was while you were still at the apartment complex and Ms. McCall was still at the apartment complex?
Right, this is very early on in our interaction with this case.
You were done with the phone?
I believe so.
Okay.
I think at one point she sends me, I know at one point she sends me ring video. She text messaged me, so I don't know the full details of her chain of custody of the phone. No.
Okay.
During the course of your 100 and 150 narcotics investigations, sometimes you will either ask for consent or get a search warrant to look into someone's suspect's phone, correct?
Correct.
And that can help you, maybe they're talking about sales, it can help you corroborate what they have said or contrast what they said, correct?
It's possible.
All right, in this case, being the narcotics guy, did you make a recommendation that that be done to Ms. McCall's phone?
Like I said, this wasn't a narcotics investigation at that time.
Okay, well, Mr. Tezera, okay, you had her phone when she goes to jail is in police custody. You had it, correct?
I don't remember when having it. The last thing I told you I remember having it was when we placed it early on the wall. I don't know the chain of custody. I didn't turn any of the property in.
I'll ask a different way. When she goes to jail in handcuffs, the police have her phone, correct?
Yes.
All right. When you are in the hospital questioning my client, you tell him to give you his phone, correct?
I don't recall.
You recall having his phone.
I don't recall.
If someone gets arrested, they have to give up their property, correct?
Yes.
All right. Including if he had a phone, he would have to give up his phone.
Yes.
And then you can ask for consent to look through it, or you can get a search warrant to look through it, right?
Correct.
And would that be information that would help you, or depending what is found or not found, might help a suspect in a drug investigation?
Possibly.
Was that done here?
No.
Thank you, nothing else.
Ms. Nix, do you have any redirect for Investigator Skidmore?
Yes, sir. Investigator Skidmore, you talked about when you arrived, seeing the defendant handling his bags.
Yes.
Can you tell us what you mean by handling?
Interacting. He appeared to be bent over, interacting with the items on the ground.
Okay. And when you say moving the items into or within the hallway, tell us what you mean by that.
Well, my assumption is that there's approximately 8 to 10 bags on the ground. They had to get there somehow. If this man is standing over them and just involved in interaction that led to him being stabbed in the arm several times, they had to get there. So my assumption was he moved them into the hallway. He's interacting with them currently. He's moving them around.
So what I'm hearing is that you made the logical step from seeing him stabbed, bleeding in the hallway with these items is that they had to have been moved from one of these apartments.
Yes.
There are some other people on scene, and Mr. Hurst asked you if you followed up with them. Why didn't you follow up with them?
It was determined that when they were asked to leave, that they were not there for any part of the violent acts, the dispute, the fight. They were called after the fact to be supportive of Cameron McCall. They could offer nothing as to what happened during the fight. So at that point, them being on scene only added persons to the case or to the crime scene. For crime scene management and locking it down, it was best if they leave. We had contact information if we needed to recall them to the scene. They were cooperative. They offered their information. No one stated that they were involved in any manner, so they were allowed to leave. And it was believed if we needed them further, and they agreed that they could be contacted by phone or they would return if needed.
During the course of your investigation, did you need to talk to them again?
I did not.
What about Ms. McCall after the investigation or the inventory was completed and the drugs were found? Did you need to follow up with her to ask her any other questions?
I did not.
Was she in custody? I mean, we saw her be put in custody, but after you left the scene, was she in custody?
I believe so. I left, she was still in the hallway in custody. I had talked to Sergeant Stinson stating what general steps needed to happen and that I would take my responsibility during this investigation would be foremost interviewing both parties to figure out what role each individual played during this. So my main goal during this was simply interviewing the involved parties.
And you said that you went and interviewed Mr. Tezera and you and Mr. Hirsch discussed that you were slightly mistaken about certain facts. Can you tell us what facts you were mistaken about?
Later on through case prep, I made the assumption that the backpack he was trying to take to the hospital with contained the narcotics that were later found that I never witnessed. I just assumed that if you're trying to leave a crime scene and there's large amounts of drugs, that would be the item you could take most with you. Was my assumption. And based on what I've dealt with in other crime scenes where people are trying to remove large amounts.
What I'm hearing is that you weren't mistaken about that drugs were found, and you weren't mistaken about what you saw, just you were mistaken about what another officer had said, and maybe you made some assumptions that were incorrect.
Correct. I just assumed they were in the backpack.
While on scene, did you observe anyone else covered with blood or with blood on them?
No, the only blood I recall seeing it was from on Emmanuel Tezera.
And you've made some mention about police procedures and policies and what your role is supposed to be. Did you follow all of the procedures that APD has in place?
I believe so.
And let's talk about the two witnesses that were on scene when they're coming out. Did you understand her statement of we didn't have anything to do with this to be about the drugs?
Like I said, at that point, we had no knowledge of drugs. So when they said we had nothing to do with this, and Aaron McCall said I called them, they just got here, led me to believe that they weren't involved in any portion of the fight, dispute, the later discovered drugs.
Okay, because at this point you didn't know anything about drugs.
No, at this point, we're just trying to get a bearing of what's going on.
And when you testified at the back April, the suppression hearing, did you testify to the best of your recollection?
The best I can.
And today, are you testifying to the best of your recollection?
The best I can.
There were some questions about some valuables being in the house, and you talked about your experience with selling drugs and the like, and Mr. Hirsch asked you about the drugs and if having valuable items was related to drugs.
Not always.
Tell us about, in your experience, is there a connection,
What I find common in persons selling drugs, yes, there will be the goal of selling drugs is to make money. So there will be money involved, but not always. In this day and age, forms of electronic payments, Venmo, Cash App are used. A lot of times, large amounts of money or cash or valuables won't be stored with the narcotics. They'll be stored separately. So that way, if there is a drug raid or investigation, they may get the product, but not the proceeds. They'll keep them separately. So that way, you may not necessarily keep everything together. So you may keep a large amount of drugs at one location. You may keep all of the values at a separate location, and then you may sell small amounts, street vehicle in another trap house, sell house.
So if you were to come across someone who had a number of valuables, like a nice handbag, is that indicative in and of itself of drugs?
No.
When you looked in Miss McCall's home, did you find anything that would indicate to you that she was involved in the sale of drugs?
Nothing with the sale.
Mr. Hirsch, anything briefly on recross?
Yes, briefly. April 18th, 2024, we talked about that hearing, right?
Yes.
I was not his lawyer at that time, correct?
I don't know.
You don't,
I don't recall. I mean, I don't know who the lawyer was.
all right. Was it a female?
I really couldn't tell.
All right. As far as you remember, it wasn't me.
I don't know.
Okay, you don't remember it being me.
I don't remember who the lawyer was.
Okay.
Do you remember the judge?
Cash App, Venmo, you can track those with a consent of a person or with a search warrant, correct?
Correct.
Did you do that for Ms. McCall, or did anyone, as far as you know, do that for Ms. McCall in this case?
Not that I know of.
And same thing for my client. Did anyone in police look at his Venmo or Cash App?
Not that I know of.
All right, thank you.
Jurors, any questions for Investigator Skidmore? Write them down and get them, please, to Deputy Gordon. You're almost done, Investigator. Hang in there.
Thank you.
Roll you out of here on a gurney.
I didn't expect this to decline so rapidly. Clorox wipes, I can knock this off for you.
What? Thanks. Try not to write on the other side of the card, please. So we're going to multitask here. We're going to take our afternoon break while I go over these with the lawyers. You guys were prolific, so that's going to take a minute. And we'll let you have your break during that time. Please don't talk about the case, no outside research. When you come back in, we'll be ready for your questions for Investigator Skidmore. Thank you.
All right, through.
Estimated about.
All right, Investigator, you can be at ease. You can go out in the hallway. You can stay there, whatever's easiest for you. Counsel, come with me. We're actually going to have to go into chambers because the jurors kind of move around during the break. Actually, I don't want you in there. We're going to go in the jury room. Not there, jury room. Is this open? Why is this locked?
It's always locked.
It's my jury.
This is a shared jury room. I have 1.5. Mr. Hirsch, this way, please. I figured out how to get out. All right, if you can see if they're ready. Would you guys need a quick break?
Yes, if you don't mind, I'll just use that back.
I mean, I think I can do that. So 2 minutes for you to use the restroom. You unfortunately can't get back in that room. As you see, it's locked except for deputies.
Yeah, it's me.
No, we
Okay.
lost our lawyers had to do a restroom break. Ms. Nix, can you get Investigator Skidmore back? Thanks.
I don't know. It's a real one.
One is 13.
Because I've already done this. I realize.
I'm crashing.
My turn.
I've tried those, I think.
You got a problem.
Yeah.
All right. Ms. Rivers, you ready? Great. Let's go back on the record. Ms. Nix, are you ready for the jurors to come back in?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Hirsch?
Yes.
All right. There he is. Let's bring him in, please.
All right, the judge. Judge, the president is trying to work.
All right, everyone can be seated. Welcome back. Investigator, you mentioned a Sergeant Stinson.
Yes.
Once or twice. Tell the jurors who that is and what Sergeant Stinson's role was in connection with investigating this situation.
Sergeant Stinson at the time was a Zone 2 morning watch sergeant. This incident started on evening watch, which ends, the first shift ends at 10 o'clock and the second shift of evening watch leaves at 11 o'clock. This case started towards the end of evening watch, and I believe there's only, I don't recall which sergeant was there for evening watch, but I was at that point the highest ranking person on scene, and it needed certain aspects to be handled, such as delegation of tasks and to complete that the crime scene was done. So I called Stinson. He came in a little bit early for his morning watch shift to come and supervise the scene, to take over, so that way I could be relieved to go to the hospital to follow up and interview Mr. Tezera at the hospital. So he was there to be in charge of supervising the scene and officers to make sure that the transition from evening watch into morning watch was smooth.
So you were still on the scene when he arrived?
Correct.
You basically handed the baton to him, you left, and then he was the one saying, hey, make sure you do X or Y or Z.
Yeah, we coordinated what needed to be done, who was going to do what, and what processes had to be completed so that we could get this time done in a timely fashion without missing any steps.
Okay. Based on your experience as an officer and an investigator, are you familiar with the smell of burnt or burning marijuana?
I am.
Did you smell anything to that effect when you went into the apartment?
No, the amount of bleach that was in the apartment and also cooking grease that was covering the floor was the only thing you could smell. Because the floors and walls, the floors were slick with the grease. There was bleach everywhere. So bleach was the most overwhelming smell in that apartment.
And then secondary was cooking grease?
Yes, there was a skillet pan that was used during the altercation that became bent, and there was the tile or whatever the hard surface floor was very slick from the grease.
Okay. Tell the jurors of what investigative significance, if any, the trace amounts of marijuana you found somewhere in the apartment were.
At one point, when I was inside the apartment with Karen McCall, she did state that he had all of these drugs and everything in his bags, and that she herself recreationally does use marijuana. So she states that she does smoke. She did not smoke that day. So that would state that at one point, the drugs and the marijuana that was believed to be found, I believe, in the bag would have been in the apartment at one point.
But then describe again for at least me, maybe the jurors as well, in answering, it was one of Mr. Hirsch's questions. You said during your walkthrough of the apartment, you observed what you thought was trace amount, either remnants of someone having smoked marijuana or indication that maybe that baggie had.
Yeah, I off the top of my head, I know during my prep for all this, there was something I can't specifically pinpoint it in my mind right now, but if it would have been, we usually call it just green leafy substance, call it shake, just small little bits of marijuana particulate.
Okay, it wasn't a big bag.
No.
Okay. You talked about Ring camera footage. How did you get Ring camera footage related to this incident?
Miss McCall text me the Ring doorbell link. Once you have a Ring doorbell camera, it gives you access to an app and online service. You can hit share footage, and she did that, and she sent it to my city cell phone, which gave me the link.
Okay. The jurors were able to see, I think it was 13 seconds, but they'll remember some amount of Ring camera footage. Is that what you were given, just one segment, or were you given access to hours and hours and hours of Ring camera footage?
No, I wish we had more of it, but I believe the only segment I got was that 15-second clip of him moving items and interacting with the doorbell. And
okay. You say you wish you got more. Did you ask Ms. McCall to give you more?
I believe I'd asked her to send me what she had, and that was the only thing that was sent to me.
Okay.
I don't know if it was some through technical error or what, or if she ever sent it or not.
Okay, but what the jurors have seen, that one segment, that's what you received?
Yeah, that's all I have.
Okay. Did you seek to get any surveillance camera footage from the apartment complex?
I don't recall seeing any that would have been in that area, but no, we didn't seek for that.
Okay.
Yeah, most apartment complexes, especially in my investigations, largely from autos, we deal a lot with apartment complexes. You won't see any cameras in residential areas. So you would have them in like the pool area, the lobby, the workout area, common spaces, but they tend to err towards their residents' privacy. And your residential halls won't have any apartment.
When you were handing the scene over to Sergeant Stinson, if you described what you were dealing with in any way to him, would you have said, this is a domestic violence assault scene, or this is a drug scene, or you don't say anything, you just say, here are the officers you're supervising?
Yeah, so typically when a supervisor comes on scene, in this case or any other case, you give them a brief rundown of what you have. So you kind of give them the cursory overview of like, here's what we have. We would let them know that the term domestic violence gets thrown around a lot. In the state of Georgia, to be domestic violence, you have to be roommates, immediate kin, so father, son, husband, wife. You have to have a shared child or roommates. This case didn't qualify for domestic violence, but it would have been related that, hey, this is a domestic violence type case where it's two persons with a shared relationship that are in a dispute. So yeah, Sergeant Simpson would have been briefed on everything that we've done, everything that needs to be done, so that way he can coordinate what's left.
And at the point Sergeant Stinson arrived to take control of the scene from you, had the bag with the drugs been discovered? Or let me put it differently, had the drugs been discovered in the bag that was found wherever it was?
I had no knowledge of any drugs being discovered when I was on the scene at the apartment complex. Once I drove to Atlanta Medical Center, did my full interview. Towards the end of that interview is when I was notified that any narcotics being located.
So you don't know which bag of the several bags we see on the floor through your body cam footage, Officer Philemon's body cam footage, which of those bags had the drugs in it?
No, I have no idea.
Okay. When did you watch that 13, 15 second Ring camera segment?
I believe I watched it once it came through my phone. I watched it to make sure that it plays. A lot of times we'll get links, the formatting will be wrong. So I always want to watch it as soon as I get it. So I don't watch it right then.
Let's talk a little bit about fingerprints. Who decides if a scene or property at a scene will be fingerprinted?
Anyone can decide. Due to the type of the crime, the investigator and officer can request crime scene technicians to come out. They make the judgment on what is a good surface. Fingerprints are oil and dirt residue left from your fingers. So they have to have, there's certain factors that have to be taken into account of whether or not an item is fingerprintable, whether or not you've located a good print. I usually try to find the print by the naked eye first and then try to recover the print with fingerprint dust that just exposes those oils that are there. In this case, with the amount of oil and bleach, all of that oil would have been more than likely contaminated. The crime scene technician, just for an example, if I just said, hey, I want that fingerprinted, they will look at it and say, this material, like a very porous wood or plastic or carpet, of course, it's too porous. They'll say that's not a good surface, or they might say, no, it's covered in water or it's covered in oil. So the fingerprint technician would probably, in this case, ultimately decide what's to be fingerprinted or not.
Did you direct anyone to fingerprint anything?
I couldn't tell you. I don't recall right now.
If you had, whatever it was, let's say you said that the backpack that you saw Mr. Tezera pick up, if you had told someone to try to get prints off that, they would have done so.
Yeah, if we asked, there will be input. If I want to fingerprint myself, that's up to me. If I want this, the crime scene technician say, hey, fingerprint that backpack, they're going to look at me and say, that's cloth. We're not going to get anything. We're not doing that.
They'll give you helpful feedback of that's not a surface that would work.
Right.
Okay. You were asked a number of questions about recommending charges. Tell the jurors how charging works, both what you would do as a police officer and what you understand the district attorney's office would do. Let me break that down for you. First of all, did you swear out a warrant, sign a warrant for either Ms. McCall or Mr. Tezera in this case?
No, I'm not.
Is that the role of an officer who is investigating a case if he or she thinks there's probable cause that X has happened?
Yes.
Okay. And then what role, if any, would you have in this case going to Ms. Nix or Mr. Peoples or someone else in the DA's office recommending charges? Here's what you ought to do.
As far as me recommending towards the district attorney's office?
Right. As you arrest someone, you get a warrant. I'm arresting you for what was Ms. McCall ultimately arrested for?
Aggravated battery.
Okay. She's arrested for aggravated battery. Does the officer who took out that warrant, in your experience, then typically engage the DA's office to say, here's what you ought to do in terms of getting an indictment in connection with the arrest that I made?
No, we don't advise the DA's office what to do. We take the set of facts, circumstances that are available to us, and we look at the elements of the crime. So for aggravated battery, for example, it's Another causes the intent of injuring another party that causes permanent disfigurement or an injury that's going to basically leave a long-lasting scar or possibly amputation or loss of a limb. So in this case, we had all the elements of the crime. So the officer will then take his information, and it'll go to a judge. We use the EWI, electronic warrant interface, and we talk to an on-call Fulton County judge and say, hey, judge, here's the set of facts circumstances I have. Here's the crime that I believe is the most applicable. And the judge will say, I do find probable cause that this crime did occur. When it gets to the DA's office, they are not looking for probable cause. They're looking at a higher standard, whether or not we can prosecute this case. And if that case, the standard for prosecution is beyond a reasonable doubt, much higher standard. So we may have enough for the probable cause for the charge, but for making a successful prosecution, that quanta of proof may not be present.
There was some back and forth about you being lead detective, not lead detective, and you explained how you were there to assist. During the time we saw on your body camera, when fire is there and you're basically starting to lock down the scene, who is the Atlanta police officer in charge of that scene?
At that point, it would have been me. It could have been anybody. Whoever wants to step up and take it. Most of the time, it's the officer that's initially dispatched to that call. I'm not sure who the initial dispatched officer to this was. You may see, it may be a case that this call was initiated for Officer Suk, and it may have fallen on his beat, his area of responsibility. So he may be responsible by the way we kind of divvy out responsibility to write the report. But me and Philemon arrived on scene first. I have investigator rank, so I have one step rank above her. I have time and experience. But if she's better off at this and she has a better interaction, I may let her do it. It's not saying that this is the way it has to be done, but since I have a higher level of rank and experience, and I'm the investigator, and part of our responsibility at that time was to ensure that crime scenes were being processed fully, I would have been the highest ranking officer in charge for incident command. But as far as lead on the case, that responsibility would fall into Officer Suk, who is in charge of writing the report. Because we could have 5 officers there, and we could have said, hey, who wants to take this? And Suk or Philemon could have said, you know what? You've already written 6 reports tonight. I've only written 1. Let me take this. So it doesn't really necessarily say who's in charge. The lead detective kind of role, like we talked about a little bit, was I am the lead detective because I was the only detective there. But that doesn't mean I'm the lead of the case. Like I said, this case wasn't assigned to me there. My responsibility in there was first, not only as an investigator, but as an officer, to provide backup for Officer Philemon because it's a violent crime with a suspect still on scene. I have a high level of tactics, being a tactical field operator. So I'm there to make sure stuff foremost is safe and secure. And then that role shifts that, hey, all right, scene's safe. Let's worry about evidence preservation, getting witness interviews. I've done a lot more witness suspect interviews than the officer, so I'm more apt for that role in that situation. So anybody could have done it. That case wasn't assigned to me, so I was the lead investigator on the scene, but not the lead investigator for the case, if that makes sense.
The report that you referenced a few times to get a date or an apartment number, is that the report authored by Officer Suk?
Correct. Yeah, this was offered by or written by Officer Suk.
All right. I want to talk a little bit about the female you interacted with the white T-shirt who was coming out of the apartment. Do you recall her name, or is that somewhere in your notes?
Not in these notes. I remember for prep for the suppression hearing, I was able to slow down the video and take it from the frame.
When you were taking it from the frame, that's the person in the white T-shirt actually at some point gave her name?
Right. So yeah, I got all the information and I wrote it down. I don't have my notepad anymore, so I had to watch my body camera footage because it captures everything that we're seeing, listen to it. And I remember writing her name down from the transcription, I guess, that I took myself, and verified that by running that on our license system to confirm that was their identity.
Okay, you just don't right now recall her name off the top of your
I don't
head.
have it in front of me. This was 3 years ago.
Okay, it was. So the first time you encountered the female with the white T-shirt, and you asked for ID, you made the international symbol of ID. She said something to the effect of, "We've got nothing," and she just had a phone in her hand. That was it. Mr. Hirsch had us move further along in the video, and I'm not going to get the time right, at minute 35 or something, there was that interaction where Ms. McCall was directing the lady with the white T-shirt to go back in the apartment. And you were saying, no, you need to not do that. And she was told to walk down the hallway. She had a clear handbag in her hand. Was that anything that caused you to say, well, wait, you said you had nothing, now you've got this handbag, what's going on here? Or was that not anything of note for you?
I don't recall that at all. I'm bouncing back and forth. It's a narrow hallway between fire rescue, both of our involved parties, officers on scene, other residents coming in and out of their apartments. It's hard to so my whole focus is the suspects and talking to them, so I wasn't focused on them. Once they stated that they saw nothing, they weren't willing to offer anything extra to the case. Ms. McCall even stated that, hey, they just got here. They fall so low on my priority list that they're almost just in the way. So anything that I'm going to get or spend my time on, I'm going to get from McCall or from Tezera.
Several times people had to walk down that hallway, not law enforcement, but residents in another room, or the woman with the white T-shirt and the gentleman who was with her. Can you explain to the jurors how that was consistent with maintaining the crime scene you were trying to maintain?
Right. So in a perfect world, which we know doesn't exist, the second we get there, everything's safe. Crime scene tape would go up. We'll call it inner perimeter. There would be a second set of crime scene tape and outer perimeter, and nothing would come and go. And the real world, you work with what you've got. We can't stop people from living in an apartment building. There's only access to one point or the other. I'm only one person, and I can't, I'm one person, Philemon's one officer, Suk's one officer. We can only do so much. Sometimes it's in the best interest of keeping an unruly crowd to say, you know what, if you need to get to your apartment that's right there, come with me, watch your step, there's blood everywhere, and we're going to escort them through the crime scene, making sure that they're not interacting with anything, they're not touching anything, they're not interacting with the suspects or the victims. But no one's going to come through and just trudge through and play with stuff without our supervision.
All right. Ms. Nix, do you have any follow-up based on those questions? Those many questions.
When it's a very small amount of marijuana that you described it as shake, is that something that you would typically arrest someone for?
You could. Any amount of marijuana could be an arresting for crime, but not normally. Our goal here, like I said, there may have been, if there's a full blunt on the counter, yes, that's an illegal crime. Is that, stop the horses, that's what we're dealing with? No, the bigger crime that we're dealing with is the person that's profusely bleeding. So we'll take that into account, we'll work with that, but no, we're not going to just say, oh, here's a green leafy substance. Can you have people made that arrest? Yes, but in this scene, while we were working it, our primary focus was the stabbing.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Hirsch, any follow-up questions?
Just briefly. You said you don't have the notepad anymore where you took notes with the names?
I may have it. I don't know where it's at.
All right, so it's either destroyed or lost.
Unaccounted for.
Okay. But that notepad had more than just names in it. It had all your notes in it, right?
I don't know what all was on that one notepad. I used the same one for a while.
All right, but during the investigation, you wrote more notes than these two people's names. Is that right?
I thought your notepad you were talking about was one you had by your side while you were watching the body cam video.
There's probably two notepads. There's the one I keep in my pocket, and that's what I keep for just interactions on any crime scene. And I usually only put down things that have to be specific: names, phone numbers, things that I need to reference and have exactly right. I'm not writing down case notes. That's not my typical style. I go off of just my working memory, and if I need to reference my body camera. So there's my notepad, which you'll see me writing in the body camera, or writing their name and date of birth down. I don't know where that one's at. And then when I did my case prep for the suppression hearing, what was it, April 18th? I just listened to the body camera footage, wrote it down again on a separate notepad, and that's why I believe I brought that. During my prep for this, I know that this was more of a narcotics investigation, and I was focused more on reviewing the body camera footage.
Okay. You say to do not your written notes, but you rely on your memory to write a case note. A case note, right? Correct?
Yeah, my working memory and my body camera footage.
All right. And a case note is where you write a police report, even if you're not the lead, say I did the X, Y, and Z, correct?
It can be.
All right. Did you write a case note for this case?
Like I said, this case wasn't assigned to me, so I didn't write any official police documentation.
Okay, I know it wasn't assigned to you, but you read Miranda to two different people and took statements, right?
Asked and answered.
Keep going.
Okay.
Overruled.
You went through the crime scene the apartment a couple of times, correct?
Yep.
Okay. So I'm not asking if you were the lead. Normally, a police officer would write down some sort of report, supplemental report, or case note for that, correct?
Ask it again.
Did you write a report or a summary of your interview of?
No, I've already said I wrote no official documentation for this case because it wasn't assigned to me.
Okay. And even if cases aren't assigned to someone as a lead detective, they often still write supplemental reports or case notes for the case, correct?
Sometimes just a simple email pass along, and sometimes if it's already been documented by the officer and the supervisors pass along, and I'm just there in an assistive or just there to give advice or just to be there as an extra officer. No, we're not gonna write something for.
All right. In this case, did you do an email pass along?
No.
You put nothing in writing, correct, for this case, other than what's on your notepad?
Correct.
And your notepad is lost or
Unaccounted for.
thank you, unaccounted for. The fingerprint tech, they can decide what to fingerprint if they're called out. Were they called out to the scene?
Yes, crime scene technicians.
Crime scene was called out to the scene.
Yes, that's who took the photographs.
Okay, and they have a finger tech on crime scene that got called out?
They do it all. It's usually one person, but they take photographs, physical evidence, trace evidence, fingerprints.
Okay, so in this case, yes, a finger tech was called to the scene.
Yes.
All right, and you talked to Judge McBurney and said you can tell them what to fingerprint or they can decide for themselves, correct?
Yes.
Did you ask the fingerprint tech to fingerprint anything?
I don't recall.
Thank you. Nothing.
All right, investigator, thank you for your time. Go get well.
Appreciate it. Don't have any wipes when I wipe this down.
That's a great question. Yes, we do, and here they come.
Yeah, I'd rather no one else suffer this.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Rivers. Oh, look at that, Deputy Gordon was ready, gloves on. Double wipe down. Mr. Hirsch, can you come get the transcript? That's not in evidence. You did mark it, which was helpful for purposes of the record. Do I, oh yeah. Look at us, it's like back in the era. It's two. Ms. Nix, who's your next witness?
Your Honor, the state will call Mr. Appleton.
Mr. Peoples.
This will affirm that testimony you will give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but truth on the God.
Yes, sir.
You ain't have a single stance for your name for the record.
It's gonna be Anthony Appleton. First name is spelled ANTHONY. Last name's gonna be APPLETON.
Officer Appleton, good afternoon. Thank you for your patience and thank you for being here today. Where are you employed?
With Atlanta Police Department.
Okay, in what capacity? What's your role with the Atlanta Police Department?
I am a patrol officer,
Okay, and how long have you been a patrol officer?
nearly 4 years now.
Okay, so when would, my math is bad, law school, not math school, when would you have begun to work for Atlanta Police Department?
I got hired December 19th of 2019, but I graduated the academy November 18th, 2020.
Okay. What are some of your duties as a patrol officer?
We answer 911 calls, do proactive enforcement, like traffic stops. Yeah.
Okay. And in June 11th of 2021, would those be some of your duties back then as well?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And roughly around that time as well, would you have had reason to be called out to 1888 Emory?
Yes, that day we got a call that a person was potentially stabbed at that location.
Okay. Can you elaborate?
We got a call that it was a possible domestic dispute and that someone was possibly stabbed in the hand. And I was called to the scene by my sergeant for myself and another officer to conduct an inventory of belongings that was left inside the hallway.
Okay. So when you say to provide inventory, what do you, at that time, did you know whose belongings they were?
Before I got to the scene, no. Then when I got to the scene, I was told that it belonged to the 911 caller.
Okay. Are you aware of the name of the 911 caller?
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay. I mean, you can say what he did, not what someone else told him.
Your Honor, I didn't ask what he said, what anyone said. I asked if he was aware of the name.
I'm going to allow the question to be answered if you recall.
I do not recall.
Okay.
At this moment.
So did you have an elaborate role in your call out to 1888 Emory? Were you the lead investigator?
Oh, no, I was not.
Were you interviewing any potential suspects?
No.
Were you interviewing any potential victims?
No.
What was your specific role for being called out?
To conduct a inventory of the belongings that was left inside the hallway.
Okay. And what's the purpose of conducting an inventory? At least what was the purpose for you conducting inventory of the belongings left in the hallway?
So those belongings have to be placed into property. Before we do that, we have to conduct an inventory to make sure that there's nothing harmful inside of the belongings that we're placing into the annex.
Okay. And do you recall anything significant about any of the belongings that you, let me back up. Did you were called out to do an inventory? Did you do so?
Yes, sir, I did.
You stated that there were items belonging in the hallway. Do you recall anything significant about those items in the hallway?
Yes, we found in the hallway, we found clothing, bags, and also drugs as well inside some of the bags of
Okay,
the
so
hallway.
let's back up just a little bit. You said you found clothing and bags. Was it all bags in the hallway? Were there things thrown about? Explain how what the items were that were in the hallways.
So there were a few like duffel bags, clothing that looked like it had been tossed out of the apartment, that were just scattered on the floor.
Okay. Was there anything else significant about the items that you saw as well? Was there anything on the bags?
Not that I can recall right now.
Okay. And were you the only officer that performed?
You can back up a little bit. I remember blood being on the bags. That's
Okay.
yeah. That's
So when you say blood being on the bags, why is that significant?
because
A little bit of blood?
no, a lot of blood. We were called to the scene for a potential person stabbed.
Okay. Was it on just one of the bags?
No, multiple.
Okay. And were you the only officer performing this inventory?
No, it was Officer Foster as well.
Okay. And why might there be two officers performing an inventory?
Just because sometimes when officers are doing an inventory, they may miss something, another officer may find it as well. And
Okay.
depending on how much stuff you have to go through as well. So
All right. And what during this inventory, in your role as an officer, do you wear a body cam?
yes, I do, sir.
Can you explain to the jury what body cam is?
Body camera is a camera that basically catches everything that you do on the scene. Just basically anything that it's always recording whenever we're on a call to make sure that everything that we're doing we're handling it.
Okay. And is in the course of your duties, is your body cam always on 24/7? How does that work?
No, so whenever we're called out to a scene or whenever we are interacting with the public, we're supposed to have a body camera on.
Okay. And how is it activated?
It's either activated by a button inside a patrol vehicle, or we turn it on ourselves by tapping it 2 times.
Okay. And at this time, when you were performing this inventory at 1888 Emory in June of 2021, did you activate your body cam?
Yes, I did.
Thank you. We're going to show the witness what has been previously shown to defense counsel and has been labeled for identification purposes as State's Exhibit 25.
Your Honor, I have to stipulate to its foundation admissibility.
Okay.
Your Honor, State will move to admit State's Exhibit 25.
Given that stipulation, it's admitted.
Thank you. Can you tell the jury what that is?
This is my body cam footage for the day of June 11, 2020.
Okay. Thank you. And how do you know that's the exact body cam footage?
I was shown I was shown this and then I had to. Yes, I was.
Were you able to sign that?
Yes.
Is your signature on it?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Permission to publish at the appropriate time.
Yes, sir.
Now, as you stated you and another officer conducted the inventory. You recall that officer's name?
Yes, Officer Foster.
Okay. And was Officer Foster, to your knowledge, was Officer Foster involved in Was he the lead investigator?
No,
Was he involved in interviewing any potential suspects,
no,
any potential witnesses,
no,
any potential victims?
no.
Your knowledge what also was Officer Foster's role?
To help me conduct the inventory.
Okay. And is there a specific way that you perform inventory, or do you just dive in? What happens?
So normally what we do is we go through everything. We go through all the items that we're supposed to be inventorying, and then we make a list of that. So when we get down to property, we can put everything in and make sure that we're not missing anything.
Okay. So fast forward, you stated that you found clothes. Can you describe any of the clothes?
Not that I can recall, not right now.
Do you recall if they were men's clothes, women's clothes?
Men's clothes, yes.
Okay. Only men's clothes or a mixture?
From my knowledge, I remember it's only men's clothes.
Okay. And can you explain to the jury, elaborate to the best of your recollection, what else was found in any specific? You can answer.
Okay, so in the inventory, there were, outside of clothing, there were also some prescription medication and some drugs inside of the bags.
Okay, you say prescription medications. Do you recall any names on the prescription medications?
Not at this moment, no.
Okay, how do you know that they were prescription medications?
They were in a prescription bottle.
Okay, just one or several?
No, it was several.
Okay, and were those in any bags of clothes?
Yes, so
Or was that in a separate bag?
no, so the prescription bottles were found in a green duffel bag that also has some clothing inside of it, some men's clothing inside of it.
Okay. Was there anything else of note in the, you said this green duffel bag?
Yes, we also found a digital scale and several empty drug bags. So
Say drug bags. Yes, I'm a lawyer, but what does that mean?
so basically it was a lot of small individual bags. That,
Okay. And I know you were saying that you had begun, however, you had just begun shortly around that time, but in your knowledge training experience at that time, what did that indicate to you?
that
Objection as to what it indicated, Your Honor, calls for an opinion of the fact witness.
I will draw.
All right.
You say that there were small bags. Did you, is your search of, excuse me, not your search, your inventory, is that all captured on your body cam?
yes.
So then you say that there were also drugs found. Can you explain to the jury where drugs are found?
So the drugs was found wrapped beneath multiple layers of clothing
Okay.
inside of
So they're in this same green duffel bag that you talked about, or in a separate bag?
I do not recall at this moment because there's a lot of bags we searched that day. So
Okay. But would that, all of that be captured on the body cam?
yes.
Your Honor, as we publish State's Exhibit 25, will begin at 13 minutes and 42 seconds.
Okay.
So while this is queuing up, as you are searching, is there anything else that you find? Is there anything else significant you've explained to the jury about what you found? Is there anything else that you recall about any of the items or bags on the floor? Excuse me, in the hallway?
Not at this moment.
when you were called out to inventory, was it your understanding that this case, that the case that you were called out for had anything to do with drugs at that time?
No.
And what was your understanding of why you were there?
To conduct a inventory, and just to take all of the property down to the annex.
And go ahead and play.
So we got inventory, all this stuff started first, and then we'll check out. Yeah, so this, that's, I'm already starting here, so, sir, yeah, can you, yes, sir. I'm asking, you're in the property? Okay, yeah, I just, yeah, okay, put it on, okay.
So we paused at 14 minutes and 12 seconds. We see there that you're speaking with an individual. Do you recall who that was?
At this moment, no.
Were they involved in, do you recall if they were involved in any of the belongings that were in the hallway?
No.
Were they, do you recall if they had cause to go any further into the hallway once you dismissed them?
No.
What you got here from? But don't worry So I thought she was coming this way to take pictures. I thought she had taken pictures of that. She was at the door taking pictures too. So I thought she was. Okay. We already moved this around, stayed back for the rest of the stuff. Go to the stairs, look third floor, as you're coming out, make a left turn. I'm going up the face. You can't come that way, but you have to return back the same way you came. This is where the stuff. This side, on this side of the wall, your, yeah.
I know that your arm is in the way, but on the top of that green bag, what is that on top of there? It looks to be something on the bag itself. Is that the blood you're speaking of?
Oh, yes, sir. Yeah, I mean, I almost there, but
Do you recall what was inside of this box here?
yes, I believe that's when I found the digital scale and the empty bags.
Okay.
All you're doing is doing the 32 examples. Good evening, first one.
All right, I'm gonna rewind about 10 seconds. Know that you said that you do not recall. You never recall the name of who it belongs to, but I believe that you just. What were you doing there? Were you talking to yourself? What were you doing?
So a lot of times what we do is if we want something to be captured, we'll just say it on body camera. So
And what were you saying right there?
I was saying the person's name that was on the prescription bottles.
So we'll rewind, Your Honor, to 19 minutes and 16 seconds.
Okay.
Good evening, first one.
Now, as you continue to conduct your inventory, there were other officers on scene. And what, from your recollection, do you recall what they were doing, or were you focused on what you were doing?
Other than me and Officer Foster, I don't remember what anyone else was doing.
Okay, so as you just testified, you saw in the in your body cam, you testified that there was a box. One more try. And you testified there was a box which is the one that you found the small bags in, correct?
Yes, sir.
take a moment and, Your Honor, show the witness what's been labeled as State's Exhibit number 26. Next, counsel, can you take a moment and take a look at the box?
On the side of it as well, okay.
Can you tell me what that is? Can you tell the jury what that is?
Yes, these are the small clear bags that I found on the scene.
Thank you. And have there been any changes or substantial amendments to that?
No,
And those are the ones that you found on scene?
yes.
Thank you. Your Honor, the state looks to admit, State's Exhibit
26.
26.
Mr. Hirsch, any objection?
Yes, sir.
Admitted.
Now, do you recall how long you were on scene?
No, I don't.
Okay. But the majority for all of your time on scene would be on body cam, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Your Honor, moving to (29 minutes and 5 seconds) of Officer Appleton's body cam.
Okay.
As you were, again, conducting your inventory, was anyone else coming into contact, were any civilians coming into contact with those items that are in the hallway?
No.
Thank you. That's fine. Who is that?
That's Officer Foster right there.
Now, I also see that Officer Foster has on gloves as well. What's the purpose of both of you having on gloves? Why was that necessary at this time?
Other than the blood that's on the bags, we usually wear gloves just in case we come into contact with anything that could be harmful.
Okay, and, okay. What's on top of that white bag there?
Blood.
So you're writing down generally what's in each bag, men's clothes or whatever?
Yes, sir. Yes, Your Honor.
So basically, I don't know what he got. But it's basically, why don't you want you to like the ratings, just sit on the suspect if you want? Yeah, that's right. So he wants me to go there and just release it over. So this must have happened on last shift? This was happened on last shift, yeah. Who is he that didn't check everything, boy? That's a lot of
You and Officer Foster, what is this that you say that you've encountered here?
Marijuana.
Okay, and what made you at that time believe that it was marijuana?
From my training, knowledge, and experience, I've seen marijuana multiple times, so.
Okay.
Sir. I'm not lying. Alright, so basically. No. Oh, yeah. Yo. Damn. Let me check some sound. Sir. Hey, you're not done yet. Yeah. We got more. This is good. This is good, bro. This is the big old fat old right here. Okay? Yes, sir. I didn't want to go through this.
What did you inquire of Officer Foster? When you pulled that out of the Cinnamon Toast Crunch box?
I asked him, that was cocaine, and he said yes.
What made you believe that it was potentially cocaine?
I don't object to why he believes it's suspected cocaine, but I would ask that we use the word suspected cocaine.
Believe that it was suspected?
From my training, knowledge, and experience, I've seen cocaine in the past.
Okay.
And then the way that.
Suspected this to be cocaine?
Yes, sir.
As you suspected, did you suspect that to be marijuana?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
What about that other bag where someone said Cheech and Chong? What did you suspect was in that, the second thing that was found?
Mushrooms.
So you suspected the items found to be mushrooms, marijuana, suspected mushrooms, suspected marijuana, and suspected cocaine?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What happens when you or an officer finds something that is suspected to be cocaine, suspected to be marijuana, suspected to be mushrooms? What happens?
We transport those down to the annex, and we place it in as evidence, so it could be sent to a lab, be analyzed.
Okay. And is there a way to sort of track this chain of custody? Is there a way to know that you're the person who submitted it for analysis?
Yeah, so whenever we go down to the annex or we submit anything, whether it's property or evidence, we have to create a label, and that label will have your name and your four digit that that identifies you as a police officer.
And did you do that in this case?
Yes, sir.
Did you, sorry. Did you take the drugs to, where did you say, to?
The annex.
The annex?
Yes, annex.
Explain to the jury, what does that mean, the annex?
So the annex is it's a place where whenever officers have property or evidence to turn in, we take it there, and we turn it in there.
Okay. And did you turn it in there to be submitted to be analyzed?
Yes, I did.
Who would analyze suspected drugs?
Yeah,
What entity would do so?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Do you recall ever completing a submission form?
Yes.
Why would you complete a submission form for analysis?
So basically, in order for everything to be tracked.
Okay. Would that submission form have your name on it?
Yes, it will have my name and my email address.
Okay. Referring to what's already been admitted as State's Exhibit 22, 21, and 20. You took those suspected cocaine, suspected mushrooms, and suspected marijuana, as you said, to the annex, and you said you created a label. Did you do so in this instance?
Yes, sir, I did.
How might you package it? Would you just, as seen on your body cam, would you just submit it in a bag, or what happened?
No, so we would have to put we'll put it in a clear bag, and then in that clear bag we'll put it in a brown duffel, in a brown paper bag.
Okay, and then do you place the label that you explained
On the brown? Yes.
Okay, did you do so, Keith?
Yes, sir, I did.
We'll take a look at what's already been admitted as State's Exhibits 20, 21, and 22, and you're welcome to use the gloves if you desire to do so. I would ask that you take it out, take everything out one at a time and put it back.
Okay.
Who's gonna fit you?
It's not, so I might as well go ahead and use my hand.
Just wash your hands afterwards.
Yes, sir.
Can you take a look at that for a moment?
Yes, sir.
And can you take a look at the bag as well, the front and the back? Are you able to determine whether or not that is one of the items that you found there in that hallway?
Yes.
How do you know that?
Because my name and my 4 digits on here.
Okay, so you have placed your name to track that these are the same drugs that you found, even the same suspected mushrooms that you found there on the scene.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. And so you believe that, so those are the same mushrooms that suspected mushrooms that you found?
Some objection, maybe.
Thank you. Are those the same mushrooms that you found?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. And take a look at that, and then take a look at that as well. Can you explain to the jury what's on the bag?
It's gonna be the label with my name and my 4 digit on here.
Is there anything that explains on there what you inserted into the bag?
Yes, on here it says that it's gonna be vacuum sealed white powdery substance, 338 grams.
Okay. Are those the suspected, is that the suspected cocaine that you found on the scene that you placed into that bag?
Objection, Your Honor, lack of personal knowledge calls for speculation. It's changed many hands. White powder looks like white powder.
Okay, overruled.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. And we'll take a look at that. We'll take a look at that and then take a look at that as well. And can you explain to the jury what's on the bag?
On the bag is gonna be the label with my name and 4-digit.
And can you also explain to the jury if it explains what that potentially would be inside of that bag?
Yes, 265 grams of suspected marijuana.
Okay. And is that the suspected marijuana that you placed in there and sealed with that label?
Yes, sir.
Now, you say that once you submit once you've done this, put it in the bag. I'll say it another way. You place it in the bag, correct?
Yes.
And then you created those labels.
Yes.
You created all those labels.
Yes, I did.
And then what happens? Do you then seal the bag or do you just give it over at the annex? What happens?
No, we have to seal it with red evidence tape.
Was that done here?
Yes, sir, it was.
Cases exhibits 21 and 22. Do you see the red evidence tape on all of those bags?
Yes, sir, I do.
Thank you. Do you sign the bags? Or did you sign the evidence that you potentially packaged and put the evidence tape on?
We have to fill out a log, yes.
You fill out a log, but
yes.
you sign that. Would you need to sign or initial those bags?
No, not the bags individually, no.
Okay.
Yeah.
But you would initial a submission log?
Yes.
Showing the witness what has been marked for identification purposes and previously shown to the defense counsel as states exhibit 27A and 27B. Can you take a look at those? And once you have a moment, can you explain to the jury what that is?
This is gonna be the evidence submission form that we have to turn in whenever we turn in our drugs.
Okay, and are you, looking at that submission form, are you able to determine who you're requesting to test the drug?
Your Honor, it's not an evidence. I don't think you can testify off of it.
Say it again. Is that the submission form that you would have submitted?
Yes.
Have there been any substantial changes, additions, deletions?
No.
Thank you. How do you know that you were the one who requested to have those drugs?
My name and my email is on here.
State request to admit states exhibits 27A and B.
Mr. Hirsch?
Your Honor, if I'm understanding it correctly, this is not an Atlanta Police Department document, and it is.
Can you pause for 1 second? Can you hand me
Sure.
27A and B, please? Thank you.
And you want me to go on?
Yes,
Okay.
now that I have these.
Okay, and it's completed by someone that appears at the GBI. It's not his document. He didn't complete it. I don't think a proper foundation has been laid.
So, did you transport the suspected drugs from the annex to the GBI?
No.
Okay. All right, so I'll sustain your objection to the admission of 27A and 27B. Doesn't mean they can't be used to refresh this witness's recollection.
Thank you.
I'll go back to you.
Take a look at that. Don't read from it. So just take a look at the forms themselves. Do you understand and know who, what agency the suspected drugs would go to be tested?
Yes, the Georgia Bureau Investigation.
Okay. And to your knowledge, were the drugs tested?
Objection, Your Honor, lack of personal knowledge.
Your Honor, he would be able to answer to his knowledge if he knows.
Right, I don't know, other than through personal knowledge. Do you know if the drugs were tested?
Not for sure, no. Okay.
There we go.
Okay, thank you. You said it. Now, once you go to have the items packaged, is Officer Foster with you at this time?
When I take it to the annex?
Yes.
No, he's not.
Okay. Now, when you take those items to the annex to be packaged, do you, one second. We talked about how you would go to the annex. Is there any other reason that you would go to the annex? How does it work where you generate those labels that are on the package? Like, you just write on it, or how does it, how do you make those labels?
So we have to go into Mark 43, which is the system that we use to write reports on. And we would have to create the label online on there, and then we will print it out.
You do that at the annex, or you would do that at your desk back at the precinct?
You could do it either way, but in this case, I did it at the annex.
Okay. And was that done in this instance?
Yes.
Your Honor, starting the body cam at 1 hour, 57 minutes and 16 seconds.
Hey, sir, I have to do this copy entry form, so can you send me the guys, take a picture of his ID, send some over picture? Yeah. Okay.
So you're in the annex now?
Yes, sir.
And that's your same pad you had when you were in the hallway?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Do we get to see this angle for a long time?
It shouldn't stay that way, Your Honor. What is that that's being printed?
That's going to be a label that we use to put on items, whether it's drugs or the clothing in this case.
Okay. you testified earlier that you weren't sure how long you were on scene. As you performed inventory, would you have conducted any fingerprinting of the suspected cocaine, the suspected mushrooms, and the suspected marijuana?
No,
Why not?
it's not in our procedure.
Okay. What was your duty specifically while you were on that scene?
To conduct a inventory and turn in his property.
Okay. Did you ever have occasional reason to speak to anyone else connected to this other than inventory?
No,
That's acceptable. Did you have a reason to speak to the suspected owner of those bags?
no,
You have a reason to speak to the person who lived in the apartment that the bags came out of?
no,
I understand your duty was to conduct the inventory.
Mm.
And did you do so?
yes,
Follow all of your procedures as you do them?
yes.
Thank you. 1 second. I believe that State's Exhibits 20, 21, and 22 were admitted provisionally, I believe. And now that Appleton,
Yes.
has verified that these are the exact same drugs, suspected drugs that he found and labeled on the crime scene. The state would ask to completely and fully admit State's Exhibits 20, 21, 22.
All right, Mr. Hirsch, any objection to closing that loop?
Yes, Your Honor, I object as to the admission of the white powdery substance. He said he printed out a label, put it on a bag, but there's no, we don't know where that bag went, if it was transported to the GBI. So I think there's a lack of foundation.
Okay. I'm going to fully admit 20, 21, and 22. Chain of custody issues are things that go to the weight, not the admissibility of the evidence. I think a sufficient foundation has been made. From point A to point C, there may be pieces in between for which we didn't receive testimony, but there is an adequate basis for the jury to consider, and they'll give it the weight they think is appropriate. The items that are contained in the bags labeled 20, 21, and 22.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, subject to recrossing.
Mr. Hirsch, questions for Officer Appleton?
How are you today, sir?
Yes, sir.
Good. All right, so you're basically there for a limited purpose. You're there to inventory the bags, right?
Yes, sir.
All right, and when you do so, you're looking at first what we saw important. You look into that green, I'm gonna call it medicine bag because it had medicine in it. Okay, the green medicine bag, right?
Okay, yes, sir.
All right, and when you look into that bag, you're down the hall a little bit from where the other bags are. Is that right?
Yes,
About 25 feet or so?
yes.
All right, did you pick up the bag and bring it down the hall, or was it over there?
It was already over there when I got to the scene.
All right, so when you get to the scene, the bag you look at is about 25 feet from the other pile of bags.
Correct.
All right. When you look in there, you find a whole bunch of prescription pills for Mr. Emmanuel Tezera, is that right?
Yes, that's the same name that I said on the
Okay.
body camera, yes.
All right, and were you able to identify that medication as epilepsy or seizure medication?
I don't recall at this moment. Yeah, I don't recall.
Most of them were pill bottles, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, there was one in a white box, is that right?
There was a white box, yes.
Yeah, and did that have liquid in it?
I do not recall at this moment.
The purpose of you being there is to make sure that clothing evidence is secured in case it's needed later for trial, for instance, right?
Part of it, yes.
All right. What happened to the clothing that was in the green medicine bag?
I do not recall at this moment.
Well, what's the right procedure? What should have happened?
So what should have happened was I should have turned all that in with the drugs at the annex.
Okay, so whatever happened to the drugs that went to the crime lab, you brought that to the annex, right?
Yes.
And the clothing should be there as well?
Yes.
Right. Do you have a recollection if you did that in this case, if you brought the clothes in this case?
I don't recall at this moment.
Okay, so you have a recollection of putting the stage, well, 21, 22 include back. So you have a recollection of putting, I'm going to say the drugs into these bags at the annex, right? You specifically,
Yes.
You specifically remember, not this is most of what I've done, this is the label. Do you specifically in your mind remembering, oh, I'll put this in this bag?
So I just give a moment to think real quick.
Sure, take your time.
At this moment, I do not recall. It was 3 years ago.
Sure. And you're using your memory and you're putting stuff together because you know you had, I'll call it the cocaine. You know you had the cocaine at the scene, right?
Mhm.
And you just have to say yes or no.
Oh, yes, sorry.
All right. And you know it was your job to send it to the crime lab, right?
Yes, sir.
Right. And you know there's a label on here with your name on it, right?
Yes, sir.
So based on that, you are speculating that you in fact are the one who put the drugs in the bag, is that right?
Yes, sir.
All right. And then after you put the drugs in the bag, you initial the bag, right?
I don't recall doing that.
Okay, is that part of procedure though?
Initialing that bag right there?
Yes.
From my training, not that I remember, like not from back then, no.
Okay, so and it's your testimony that in June of 2021, it was not procedure to initial the bag.
I don't recall.
Okay. But you yourself did not initial the bag.
Can you show him the bag so he can see if he initialed it?
Oh, sure, absolutely. And if you need anything at all to refresh your memory, or in this case, it's an evidence.
Just leave it in front of him so he can, there you go.
Where's it at? Like where you?
No one's saying you did. The question is, check it out to see if you did.
I do not see my initials on here, no.
Okay. And the reason, and you've never even heard of initialing the bag as part of procedure, have you?
No.
All right. Before you came here today, did you check to see where the clothes are?
No, I did not.
Okay. Your body cam, would that show you putting the stuff into the bag?
It should. I'm not sure though.
Okay. You had a notepad that's been referenced a couple of times. You were taking notes, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And you're taking notes as to what you see, right?
Yes, sir.
Where's that notepad?
I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, is it important for you to have it maybe? In case there are questions about what happened?
Yes, but I don't have it at this moment.
Like for instance, it might say on there where the clothes are, right?
What do you mean by that?
Well, you might say, okay, I'm taking the clothes, normally I take the annex, but instead I gave it to detective's office.
Oh, no. We don't use a notepad for that. Notepad was used just for me to know exactly what was on the scene. It wasn't like known like for me to know.
I'm going to hand you what I've marked as defense exhibit number 22. Does this, well, you look inside the blue bag, right?
There's a lot of bags.
Okay.
Yeah.
The bag were eventually, okay, let me ask you this. There is a white that looks like trash bag that has blood on it. And eventually it looks like Officer Foster pulls out the drugs from there, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. But he goes through the rest of the blue bag.
You're referring to the white bag that had a lot of blood on it, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, yes.
But and that was inside of a blue bag, right?
I don't recall. I would have to watch it again, yes.
There was a blue bag there, right?
I don't recall. I would have to watch it again. Yeah, you have to.
I do mind putting- Where of course the drugs out, I'll tell you where. 2830.
Starting at 2829.
All right, those prescription drugs were found in the backpack, is that right? Those prescription drugs were found in the backpack, do you recall?
I don't, but if you can play it back, I'll let you know.
It's okay. All right, so you took oh, actually, I don't know. Now I'm confused. Did you take those prescription drugs from the medicine bag, you gave it to Officer Foster, or did he give it to you from the bag after you now recall?
It looks like he gave it to me. That's what it looks like.
Okay, from the bag.
I don't know where it came from. I just, yeah, it was like.
Okay. All right. Now watching it, does it appear to you that the white bag comes out of the blue bag, correct?
Yeah, that's
The
it.
white bag does not come out of the backpack, correct?
No.
Okay. All right, pause it right there. Does that appear to you to be a women's bathing suit? Let me take a rewind 10 seconds. Right there. All right. Does this right here appear to be the bottom of a woman's bathing suit to you?
I can't tell. Like, I just from the video.
All right, well, if we wanted to look at it, where would the stuff that you inventoried and you were the caretaker of, where is that right now? Where's the stuff, the clothing from that blue bag, where is it?
What do you mean? Like, what do you?
Okay, you see all this stuff that he just took out of the blue bag?
Yes, sir.
Where is it?
Oh, my bad. So, all right, so basically, I would have turned all that in to the annex.
Okay, now, you know, or you say you know what you turned into the annex, that it went to the crime lab. So how do we get that? How do we get that in front of the jury? How do we do this?
I'm not sure.
Well,
Oh, you ask? Can you ask a question differently, please? Sorry.
so the purpose of you being here is to preserve what you find, right?
Correct.
And preserve it till trial, so that if we need to look at it, if someone needs to look at it, we can look at it, correct?
Yes.
So I'm asking you, now that it's the end of the journey,
Mm-hmm.
how do we look at that stuff in person?
I'm not sure. All I know is I have to turn everything into the annex, and then that's where my chain of command ends there. So
Alright.
Is it your job to have to bring it to court or someone else's?
no, it's not my job.
Okay.
No problem. I'm just wondering, I'm trying to follow this chain of custody. After you, where does it go?
Goes to the annex.
All right. So we should just ask someone at the annex. We could.
Yeah,
The lead detective could get it, right?
correct.
The investigator for the DA's office could get it, right?
I'm not sure.
Speculation, Your Honor.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
He says he doesn't know.
Okay. I'm gonna hand you what I marked as defendant exhibit number 22. If that appears to be an accurate depiction of what's in the blue bag after the white bag is taken out, please identify it.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I move to admit defendants 22 into evidence.
Any objection to defendants 22?
Is that the one, you just show me that one?
Yeah, one second.
Yeah. No, Your Honor, no objection.
You say 22?
Yes, ma'am.
It's admitted,
That's actually 22 already?
not for the defense.
Okay, sorry.
Sure.
Thank you for being here. No further questions.
Yes, sir.
Any redirect?
Very, very briefly, Your Honor. Officer Appleton. Everything that occurred on the scene through the inventory of those bags, is it recorded accurately on your body cam?
Yes, sir.
Is there any way that body cam can be changed
No,
or edited?
no.
And you testified that you take everything. Is there a difference between some of the things that you may find? Can you explain to the jury is there a difference between property and evidence?
Yes. So property. So when we turn things in to the annex, if we turn it in as property, that person can always go back and pick it up. But if we turn it in as evidence, the only person that could release that will be the lead investigator or.
On the scene, can you explain something that would be property and something that would be evidence? Would those clothes be property or evidence?
The clothes will be property.
As you just testified, does that mean that it's something that can be picked up later?
Yes, sir.
Who would it be picked up by?
Only by the owner.
Okay. Is it known to you whether or not the owner picked up their property?
No, it's not.
Would the suspected cocaine, the suspected mushrooms, and the suspected marijuana be property?
No, it will be
What would
evidence.
that be?
Evidence.
Okay. Lastly, as you spoke about your notepad, the information contained in that notepad, where would it just stay in the notepad, or what would you do at that time?
So basically, I would use that notepad to help me create these labels for me to turn all of the property / evidence into the annex.
And did you use the notepad for its intended purpose at that time?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. No more questions.
Any recross?
No, Your Honor.
All right, jurors, questions for Officer Appleton? Thank you. You're able to use the whole card. Those of you with super small handwriting, feel free to use the whole card. We can decipher you. Thank you. All right, you all be at ease for a second. Council, this way, please. Yep, wish it. officer, was any money found? It was a little bit of change. I know in one bag, it was like a jingle, 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 but hundreds of dollars found during the course of your inventory of those belongings in the hallway.
Hundreds of dollars, no.
And there's nothing magical about 100, but do you recall inventorying significant amounts of cash as opposed to in one of the bags there was change?
Not that I can recall, no.
Okay. Did you inventory any other containers, bags, or things elsewhere in the apartment complex than that hallway we saw you and Officer Foster in?
Not that I can recall, no.
Would the entire blue bag have been submitted as evidence? Or would it have been the white bag inside, or would it have been the Cinnamon Toast Crunch box, or literally just that it looked kind of shrink wrapped, the suspected cocaine? What do you submit as evidence as opposed to property from that blue bag? Does that make sense?
Yeah, from what I can recall, the blue bag would have been submitted as property, but and the suspected drugs would have been submitted as evidence.
Okay, let me dial into that a little more. We saw Officer Foster, there was a bag and then a red bag and then another bag and then finally some suspected drugs. What goes in the paper bag? Just the suspected drugs or all those other bags as well?
Just the drugs.
Okay, where would the Cinnamon Toast Crunch box go and the red bag inside the red bag?
That would supposed to go in as property, but something like that, I'm not gonna lie, most officers
might just go on the ground?
Yeah.
Okay. But in theory, it would be, go back in that blue bag and say, hey, this just goes into property because it's not evidence.
Right. Yes.
Okay, got it. The shrink wrapped container that had the bag that had the suspected cocaine in it. So the final thing that Foster held up that had suspected cocaine in it. Are you the person who would have put that in the brown paper bag that you then put the label on that had your name and your 4 digits?
Yes, sir.
And would that have happened back at the scene of the crime or over at the annex?
Oh, that would happen at the annex.
You don't carry the paper bags around on you?
So,
Okay. Did you find any identification in the blue bag that would say this is Roberts or this is Appleton's or?
not that I can recall, no.
There were some prescription bottles, look like pill bottles, that you were carrying down the hallway. Mr. Hirsch was asking you, wait, where were those found? And you said, well, they have to have been down by Foster because I was carrying them walking the other direction.
Yes, sir.
Did those prescription bottles come from inside that white bag that had all the suspected drugs or just inside the blue bag, or you don't recall?
I don't recall.
Do you recall any of the clothing in the green bag or the blue bag or anywhere else you saw clothing in that hallway as being women's clothing versus men's clothing?
From what I can recall, all the clothes that I saw were men's clothing.
Do you know if you ended up filling the side pocket of the green bag with all the prescription bottles? Because the ones that Foster gave you, you went down the hall and put them in there. There's a fair amount of prescription bottles. Did those pills, those bottles, also go into evidence, or would they have gone to property?
They were prescription and they were his. It would have went in as property. It should have went in as property.
If it had a name on it, if it's got his name on it,
Yes.
okay, that goes to property. So in theory, he or someone he authorized it could come get it out of property at the appropriate time.
Yes, sir.
Okay. The red evidence tape that gets put on the bags, would you have put the red evidence tape on the brown paper bag into which you put the suspected cocaine? In other words, do you seal the bag or you're like, look, I put it in a paper bag, I'm leaving?
No. I'm the one that seals it, yes.
Do you leave the annex before you seal bags that you put evidence into?
No.
Mr. Peoples, other questions for Officer Appleton? Mr. Hirsch?
Let's play 27 minutes so we can clarify the issue on the prescription pills, see where that came from, okay?
And 26 minutes and 58 seconds.
Okay.
So AU, what is it? AS, US. What? Honestly, I feel like we should go ahead and split that. What's the name of it? Oh, damn. Oh, see that?
Okay. All right, so that's Officer Foster, right? All right, he's looking through a black box that has some sneakers in it, right?
Yes,
All right, and then he says there's a laptop that's on top of the blue bag, right?
yes,
All right, then he moves into a backpack, correct?
yes,
And when he's looking in the backpack, he finds the 3 prescription pill bottles.
yes, sir.
All right, when he pulls out the first one, your reaction is like, what? Like you thought maybe he found something that was good for crime, or you thought there might be illegal pills or something?
No,
Okay, let me ask a better question. There's nothing wrong, there was nothing illegal about the pill bottles found in the backpack, correct?
yes,
And that's why you then put it in with his other legal prescriptions that was in the green medicine bag.
yes, sir.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Officer Appleton. You're free to go. You can leave all the stuff right as it is.
Okay.
Appreciate your time. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have reached a point where we need to stop for the day. The state tells me they have 2 witnesses left. Would you say that those witnesses will take as long as Investigator Skidmore or more like Officer Appleton? You're on the clock, you're on the camera, and the jurors are listening.
Yes, sir. I believe, so, one of our witnesses is Officer Foster, and I believe he might take as long as Officer Appleton just did. And then Officer Sook, well, probably will not take as long.
Okay.
Our direct will not take as long. I should clarify.
You only control the direct. All right. And then you're prepared to rest after those witnesses.
Yes.
Okay. I mean, if you have a 3rd witness for which the defense has notice, you can always surprise us with that tomorrow. But currently your plan is 2 more witnesses.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we do need to break for the day. I appreciate your focus all day long. I'm going to ask you to be here by 9:30 tomorrow. We're going to meet the lawyers and I to have what we call the charge conference to go over the law that I need to give you, that you must apply to the facts as you find them to be. Ideally, we do that earlier, but I actually have a court thing from 8:30 to 9. And so we're going to use that half-hour window. You're welcome to get here before 9. The jury room will be open. We don't do the charge conference in there. But if you want to get here a little bit later, I'll be expecting all 14 of you here at 9:30, ready to go with the state's next witness. And we'll knock out that charge conference without you having to wait around, other than voluntarily, because you chose to come before 9:30. Any logistical questions from any of you? Yes, ma'am.
Will the shuttle bus still be going out? every 15 minutes.
Good question. Should, okay. If not, that's on us if you're a little bit late, but I think it's 15 minutes until kind of mid-morning, because some people's day starts at 9:30 rather than 9. So if you're a shuttle bus person, you should be all right. If you get there a little after 9, there still should be one that gets you here. If not, you should have that number now and call saying, I'm here, I'm at the yellow lot, and we'll just wait for that next shuttle. Okay, anything else? Well, I'm assuming last night you did it just right. You didn't talk with other people about your service. You did no outside research. Just repeat, do the same thing. Watch the Giants lose to the Braves, and we'll see what happens. Okay, thank you, everyone. No pads in that room. All right, Ms. Nix, anything else from the state before we break for the day?
No, sir.
Okay, you can be here by 9 so we can do the charge conference. Mr. Hirsch, same question.
I filed a motion to produce last night, and after sort of reviewing the evidence and I think about it, I'm withdrawing the motion.
Okay, what was it? What needed to be produced?
Something that came up during trial. Ms. Cameron McCall said that she had gone down to the station and been interviewed under the scope of Miranda at the station. I think she's confused because was Mirandized in the hallway. So I think that's probably what it is. So I think I have it. If I'll say this, if the state knows differently, then they can turn it over.
And they should turn it over. And hopefully they would have if it existed. It may have been one of these Skidmore I interviewed, but I didn't take any notes.
Or they may not have known because it was in the ag battery case.
Right, right.
But anyway.
Who knows? Okay, all right.
The interview was in the hallway. She is on body cam at the station, officer body cam.
I have that one.
But to my knowledge, she's not asking questions there.
Okay.
I'm satisfied.
So 9 a.m. for the charge conference. Mr. Tezera is welcome to be here for that. If he wants to get here a little bit later, you need to be here by 9:30, unless your lawyer says earlier. You tend to get here before your lawyer anyway, so I'm not worried about that. But I need Hirsch by 9 o'clock for the charge conference. I don't think it'll take all the half hour, but you guys have surprised me with other things, so I want to build that in.
Judge, do you give the jurors a copy of the charge when they deliberate?
2 things on that. Give me 1 second. Yes, they'll get 1 hard copy. If they ask for more, they can have as many as they want, but we start them out with 1. And 2, when I'm reading the charge to them, what I read is also on the screen. So visual people will benefit from that, and then they will absolutely have a copy of the charge with them. Anything else?
No, thank you.
Okay. See everyone tomorrow.
Last thing, Your Honor, I apologize, well, we're still sort of on the record. We are taking back the state's exhibits 20, 21, and 22, and they'll be locked up as well.
Thank you. I was going to do that once we got off the record, but we're on the record. Ms. Rivers will keep everything but those 3. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.